Dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side. Exploring language, bold and free. A world of meanings for you and me. Text and data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Good morning. Welcome back for the day two of
Morning.
the Ponegoro summer course in Corpus Linguistics. Are you guys excited for today's session? Okay, so now we're gonna ask the participant that already attended the Zoom meeting. Here we got Muhammad Rudy. Hello, are you with us?
Welcome to DipsCorLing. Time to explore.
Hello, Mr. Muhammad Rudy. Are you with us today?
Opens the door. Patterns and
Hello. Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you so much. So are you excited for today's session?
Of course.
Oh,
I
and
I regularly join this summer course since 2020 or 2021. Is it?
oh,
Uh, when was the first time? I forgot when was that, but I regularly join this.
we're so pleased and delighted that you join our summer course regularly. It's such an honor for us. May we ask another question? Okay, thank you so much, Muhammad Rudi, for the engaging session. Okay, okay, so we have already got our speakers today. This is Carolina here. Hi, Miss Carolina. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good.
Good to hear that. I'm pretty surprised Pak Muhammad Rudi has participated in DipsCorLing since its very first summer course, right? So how do you feel, Pak Rudi, that you actually follow the evolve of DipsCorLing?
secrets that words may keep. Let's dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side. Exploring language.
Was one of the so that was in 2023, I think. That was 3 years ago, Pak Rudy. Yeah. Nice to see you again. At that time, I think we were using CKP Web, right? Not the Sketch Engine. And now we are learning Sketch Engine.
Perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carolina. Everyone, before we begin, we would like to remind all participants of a few important rules for this summit. Please keep your microphone muted unless you are invited to speak. Please use the Zoom chat or raise hand feature to ask questions. Attendance will be recorded via Google Form shared in the Zoom chat at the end of each session. Please fill it promptly. Please be punctual and rejoin the meeting before each session begins. All sessions will be recorded for educational purposes.
By staying in the meeting, you consent to being recorded. Please be respectful and professional in all interaction throughout the course, and material from each session will be uploaded to the DipsCorLing Google Drive folder, so please check regularly. Thank you, and we hope everyone have a smooth and enjoyable learning experience. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to DipsCorLing 2026. This is day 2, our final day, and we have a packed and exciting program ahead. I'm Nadira, together with Anpi, your host for today. Today we have 3 sessions: frequency list, collocation, and the Diponegoro special lecture, all delivered by distinguished speaker. Let's get started. Our first today session is on frequency list. We are once again delighted to welcome Dr. Carlina Denisia, PhD from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Hello, Dr. Carlina. Welcome back.
Hi, Nadira and Auntie. Glad to see you again. You good?
We're
Very
good. Okay, Dr. Carlina, we now hand the session over to you. Please
All
go
right.
ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share screen. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back with me again, Carlina. And we're going to discuss, and I'm going to share what I know about the frequency list for corpus analysis. So within the next 2 hours, we're going to look at something. This frequency list sits at the very heart of the corpus linguistic. If you never heard this term before, you don't need to worry, because by the end of the session, hopefully you will know exactly what frequently is and why it matters. And most importantly, we also are going to practice with the sketch engine frequently list features. So here is my plan. Within the next 2 hours, we are going to have the talk and demo as what we did yesterday with the concordance. And then 30 minutes, we are going to have the hands-on practice. So I've prepared the step-by-step procedure for the module to analyze a certain research question, or at least a certain linguistics question that can be answered by the frequency list feature in the sketch engine. And then finally, we're going to go to the last part of the talk, which is the question and answer and also the discussion. By the time we finish the talk, hopefully, and I actually hope that you will be able to first define and explain to a friend or to someone else or to your colleague what frequently list is. And then second, there are actually several few technical terms in this area. Let's say, for instance, token, type, lemma, or hapax legomena, and then I will explain all of them so that hopefully you will know the difference, how each frequency is counted in a corpus. And then third, hopefully you will be able to argue why counting words is actually useful. Because actually it might not be obvious at first, but then going through with the practices and with going through with some of the research example in having the frequency list in their analysis, hopefully we're going to know why frequency matters in linguistics. And you will also know what kind of linguistic question that frequency list can answer. Finally, we are going to practice with the sketch engine, so you hopefully will be able to generate a real frequency list. So let's go and working through them. This is the foundation. The question is very simple. What exactly is a frequency list? Actually, a frequency list is simply a list. It is a list of every word in a corpus. It is ranked by how often it occurs, and it's usually showing each item next to its count. So at its most basic, you are counting words and putting them in a form of the most common word at the top of the list, and then the least common word at the bottom of the list. So three things are worth noting. The first one is that the list is always filled from a corpus. So without corpus, there will be no frequency list. And the second one, that the list is ranked. The most common word sits at the top, and then the least common word sits at the bottom. And last but not least, this is just a starting point. A frequency list cannot by itself tell you what to do. So we should be able to know what to do. And then the frequency list is actually just the method. And we're going to explore this later. For instance, let me show you with a tiny corpus example. The corpus consists of only the cat sat on the mat. The mat was flat. So there are only two sentences in the corpus. And that is the 10 words corpus. Why 10? Because every time a word appears, even if it is the same word again, we count it. And that is what we call as token. So every word is counted, repeats included. The cat sat on the mat. The mat was flat. So all of those 10 are counted, repeats included. So in here, in this corpus, we can say that this corpus consists of 10 tokens. Now, how many different words are there? So let's say the different word means that there shouldn't be a repetition. So we should collapse the repeat, and then D appear 3 times, mat appear 2 times. So we have the mat cat sat on was flat. In frequency list, that's what we call as the types. So in this corpus, we have 7 types. Types is the distinct word form. We do not count repetition for this. And look at the frequency list we get here. This is what we call as the frequency list. And the has 3 frequency, mat has 2 frequency, and all of the other appear just 1. Cat sat on was and flat. And this appearance of ones only is called as hapax legomena. So in this corpus, the cat sat on the mat was flat. We have 10 tokens, 7 types, and 5 hapax legomena. And congratulations, now we have the frequency list over here. In reality, a frequency list usually have several columns. So, for instance, here we have rank, word form, absolute or raw frequency, relative or normalized frequency. I'm going to explain this one by one. The rank is the position in the ordered list. So it is the rank 1 is the most frequent word, and then the last rank is going to be the least frequent word. And then here, taking for an example of the English corpus word list, the most frequency word that sits in rank 1 is the, and there is no surprise of there, the appearance as the first rank. And then the second column is the word itself, so what the word is. And then the third one is the absolute or raw frequency. So this is the absolute count of the hits in the corpus. So how many the occur in the corpus, and that is listed here. And we also have the relative or normalized frequency. This is pretty new, I think, for some people. So actually, that is a kind of the standard count, so that the count scaled to a standard size. Usually the standard one is per million word. So instead of saying this one for the word the appeared 56 million times, we say that it appears 49,000 times per million word. So this is the number you use when you compare the corpora, when you compare two corpora. So I'm going to be more detailed about raw versus normalized frequency on the next slide. Imagine two corpora. So we have two corpora. Just imagine it. One is the small chat corpus, consisting of 100,000 words from WhatsApp, for instance. And then the other corpora is the very huge new corpus, consisting of 100 million words. And in the chat corpus, the word lol, laugh out loud, appears 40 times. But then in the news corpus, the word lol appear 2,000 times. So you think that, okay, at a glance, we might observe and we might conclude, okay, lol, it's much more common in news than in chat. But that might be wrong because we compare two corpus and different corpus has different size. So normalizing the frequency by per million words actually fix the difference or the gap of the size for two compared corpus. So if you normalize this, the scale to per million words, that corpus gives you, let's say here you have 4,000 per million, and then the raw one you only have 20 per million. So the conclusion is the other way around compared to the initial observation that we have. So lol is 200 times more common chat than in news. So it is actually the opposite conclusion. And then the rule of thumb is that we should use raw frequency to describe the single corpus. But then if we compare two corpora, we need to use the normalized frequency or per million words. Before we go further, I need to give some terms. It is token, as I've already explained, I guess. A token is one occurrence of a word in a text or in a corpus. So you count every single word, including the repeat. We have this is a fun example, actually. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. This is a grammatically correct English sentence. We have buffalo as the city name, we have buffalo as an animal, and we have buffalo as a verb meaning to bully. So we have a lot of buffalo, but then we also have 8 tokens here. So we count the word even if the word repeats. That's the token. And then the second term is a type. So type is a distinct word. So all of the identical tokens collapse into one type. The cat sat on the mat was flat. This is the example I gave you before. So it has 10 tokens, but only 7 types because we do not count the and mat. And we collapse them into only one type. And then hapax legomenon. This is from Greek. This term means that the form occur exactly only once. So tokens with only one appearance, that is called as the hapax legomena. An example is from the Shakespeare's longest word, honorificabilitudinitativus. I don't know if I'm correct, pronouncing it. Now, this word appears exactly only once in all of the Shakespeare's poem or work. So this is a perfect example of hapax legomenon. Why hapax matter? Token, it's okay. It measures the size of the corpus. Types, it's important because it measures the lexical variety of the corpus. But then why should we consider hapax legomenon into our research as well? Because of 3 reasons. First, they flag rare or creative vocabulary so that they flag actually new vocabulary that comes during that era. And the second, a corpus with many hapaxes suggests rich vocabulary as well, because a hapax means a new token. A new token means a new word because it appears only one. For instance, in Indonesian, we have the word skibidi. It's not only in Indonesian, but I think it's all across the word. The word skibidi, I think. The word skibidi occurs only once in in a certain time period, and that's a new word, and that could also be interesting to analyze. And the third one, on the practical point, hapax can indicate typos. So we can scan the errors and we can exclude several word from the hapax legumina list and then check whether there are typos, and then we can exclude them from the corpus for our corpus pre-processing. So this is how it looks if we have the frequency list in Sketch Engine. This is exported from British National Corpus, about 112 million words of British English. And there are several columns, items, frequency, and relative frequency. And no surprise, be is the most frequent verb, and then have, do, say, and then go. We have this as a lemma, so be could be, was, were, am, are, and other form of be. All right, so those are some terminologies that I'd like to introduce. And then next, why frequency list matters. This is actually a question that we usually have and raise in our mind. Why counting words actually matters. In quantitative linguistics, usually what we do for the first part of our analysis is the frequency distribution or frequency analysis. Practically in language teaching, frequency lists tell teacher which vocabulary to teach first. It is very useful because if a word has the highest rank, means that the word has the highest frequency, means that the word is very common. So learning that common word actually will improve the students' comprehension and also production level. In morphology, frequency data tells us which affixes are most productive. Let's say how many shin in English occurs, how many ness in English occurs, and how can we compare the noun suffixes in English, nien versus ness, or the agentive noun in English, versus is. Let's say we have driver, swimmer, writer versus scientist, biologist, psychologist, for instance. So we can compare the productivity, we can compare the frequency, how many certain affixes occur in a corpus. And these are what I usually do in my research, and this is very interesting to analyze the Indonesian morphology and how is the frequency of each meanings actually derived from a certain form of a morphological process. In syntax, the frequency list tells us which construction speakers actually prefer. Well, we actually have already the grammar book that describe what structures are possible, but frequency data sometimes show us what is preferable by the speaker or what is commonly used by the speaker. So let me explain this one by one. First, on the teaching connection. If you teach the most frequent words first, then hopefully learners can understand a huge share of any text very quickly because the most frequent words occur in most texts. If the students understand the most frequent word first, and then it means that most of the text, they're going to understand that easier than compared to those students who do not start learning the vocabulary with the most frequent word first. So research in vocabulary acquisition shows that the most frequent 2000 word of English cover roughly 80% of any everyday text. And just think about that. If the students conquer and understand 2,000 words, then probably they are going to understand 4 out of every five words in a text or in a daily conversation. That is very useful for the learner. And then from this 2,000 vocabulary, we can push that into 3,000 words, and then the comprehension might rise further. And this is actually a separate list. It is not related to the vocabulary list for the learner, but then there is also the frequency list in academic writing. So there is an academic word list, and 570 items are used very frequent in academic text. So for instance, how we can use this data is that if we are teaching a university student and we are teaching English academic writing, for instance, we can introduce this 500 something vocabulary list that is related to the academic word first. Here's the real example. So all of these word lists were built from corpus frequency analysis. So the creator of this list have the frequency analysis and then order them alphabetically. The Cambridge vocabulary list or Oxford vocabulary list, all of these are derived from frequency list data. And this is the academic word list, 570 word families that appear frequently in academic writing, analysis, approach, and then assessment, assume. And as soon as the student conquer this list, hopefully that they are going to write academically better than those who do not conquer or do not understand what these vocabularies are. So this list actually tell the teachers where to focus, what to teach first. In morphology, frequency also matters. For instance, here I have the research result of the frequency list of the noun suffix in COCA academic writing. COCA is Corpus of Contemporary American English. So it says that the most frequent noun suffix in academic English is Asian, and then ity, and then iction, ant, and the least one is ist. So the point of this is that this research says that, okay, this tells us that American academic writing is heavily nominalized. So because the top 5 suffixes are nominalization. So it turns that, noun actually occur pretty frequent or very frequent in academic writing. And this is also the finding from a research that irregular survive by being frequent. How come? Irregularity of the verb go and went, and then was and were, from be to was and were. This irregularity survive because it has high frequency. Why does it so? Okay, high frequency words are used constantly. And then the fact of this irregularity has the high frequency will make the speaker remember it much better than the low frequency word. We rarely remember low frequency word or low frequency terms, right? But then for the high frequency word, we usually remember that. We remember it better than the low frequency word. So was, were, had, have, gone, went, those are high frequency words. So it's just lexicalized in our grammatical lexicon and in our vocabulary, in our mental lexicon. So the speaker never forget their form. In other words, frequency saves them from becoming the regular one, from becoming good or had, for instance. In syntax, construction frequency reveals grammar preference. So the the frequency list is doing the syntactic work. It is exposing which structures that the language reach for most easily. So the frequency list in syntax is it can actually shape the grammar over the time. That is what John Baby's arguments when and well they report when a construction is used very frequently, it tends become entranced, automated, and over time it can grammaticalize and it hardens into a fixed grammar pattern. So frequency isn't just about the structure, but it sometimes probably also create a structure. For example, this table provides the raw counts of different types of relative clauses across 5 corpora. So we have British National Corpus, British National Corpus Spoken, Brown, Switchboard, and Wall Street. This is actually the corpus that range from the from the written and spoken, and then formal and conversational. So the range of the corpus spanning from written and spoken, and then formal and conversational. Now notice the pattern. The most frequently used syntactic pattern in each corpus is subject relatives and then object relative. So the subject relative, the clause like the man who called or the girl I love, the man I like, or the man who I like, the man who likes, or the girl who sits, or the man who called. So this subject relative are enormously frequent. And then for the object relative, let's say the man whom I call, the use of whom, the use of which, the use of that. This is less common one. And then the count drops to the passive infinitive relative. What does this tell us? Given the frequency list of a certain syntactic features in several corpus, the key point is that this ranking, interestingly, holds in every corpus. So British National Corpus have this list, and then British National Corpus Spoken also has this list. There is no changes in the order for every corpus, and this is interesting. Subject relative always dominates, and then passive infinitive relative always the least syntactical structure that is used in the corpus. So yeah, this consistency is a signal actually that the pattern occur is not only in one text or in one register. So this pattern occur not only in spoken, not only in written corpus, not only in formal, not only in informal. So this one shows that, okay, we lean to a particular direction in which probably subject relative is preferred in native English compared to the other form of the relative clause. So this is what this tells us. Well, why subject relative is the most common one, and then why passive infinitive relative is the least one. You could probably read the whole paper here, and it's a pretty interesting one. But what I want to show you is that the frequency list can actually show you the pattern within the corpus or across the corpus. And one last point why frequency matters, and this is from a psycholinguistics perspective, is the comparisons of the performance in our mental lexicon between high frequency word from low frequency word. So the processing, the production in the brain, is very interesting to actually to share what the frequency list can do for us. First, high frequency word turned out to undergo phonetic reduction faster. So the higher the frequency, the faster the reduction. Going to becomes gonna, want to becomes wanna. And the word I know, I don't know, the word I don't know shows the highest rate of tone reduction. I know. Because I don't know is a high frequency word in spoken English. So this shortening happened faster because of the higher frequency. Second, high frequency words become more entrenched in their morphosyntactic structure. As I explained in the example of the irregular verb, so actually the high frequency verb, irregular verb maintain their irregularity. Keep to kept, for instance, because kept actually very high frequency word so that it prevent the ed suffix addition to the second to the verb two of the word keep, because kept is used like everywhere. Went as the past tense of go, went is used everywhere so that it become lexicalized, and then it helps uh, the morphosyntactic, the irregularity of the morphosyntactic structure to be regularized. So that is the second one. And then the last one is morphologically complex form of high frequency word can lose their internal structure as they become autonomous from their base form. This is what I analyzed in my research, that the higher the frequency of the derived from, then the further the relationship between the derived from and their base word. Because usually high frequency word has more meaning because it is used in more context. It has more meaning, and sometimes it can also has metaphorical meaning. So the high frequency use of a certain word makes them less connected to their base form. Okay. Until this part, any question? I think I've delivered so many things about frequency list. Okay. I think we can go on. So we know what the frequency list is and we know why it matters. Now, another specific question is, what research question can we answer? What a frequency list reveal? Three main things you can do with a frequency list. First, you can run a keyword analysis. And then second, you can also try to profile the register, identifying that a certain genre has a certain frequency list, has a certain keyword. And then the third one, you can also have a diachronic study and see if the frequency change over the time. I'm going to give this example one by one. So keyword analysis is about comparison. So you have two corpus, different register, different tags, and then different nature. Then you can have the keyword analysis. Let's say, for instance, here, I have two corpus. The first one is PNC corpus. And this is the frequency list of the most common verb occur in PNC corpus. And then this is taken from COVID open research dataset. So it's the academic research about academic written research result about COVID corpus. Okay, so I'm going to show you how this list of the verb differ from one corpus to the other corpus. So let's take a look at the PNC corpus first. The nature of the PNC corpus is a general corpus. So the verb list, like the verb list occur in the PNC corpus is the everyday life verb. For instance, we have say, we have go, we have think, It's very everyday language, right? And this reflects the BNC design actually because it contains newspaper, it contains fiction, spoken conversation, and other English corpus that is taken from the daily language corpus, daily language usage. On the other hand, the court corpus, the COFIT corpus, we can see that actually it's 20 top first, and most verb are what we might call as the academic or scientific procedure verb. For instance, we have the word include, we have the word show, increase, report, um, and it also has the list of the verb to describe some analytical steps. For instance, we have compare and then consider, perform. And also we have the verb classification that is to describe the outcome, let's say increase, reduce, and then develop. So these verbs are very scientific. We do not have cognitive verb, something like think, want, or know. We have know here, we have think here, and we have want here as the cognitive verb. But then we don't have it in this research data set. And there is also no telling verb, like communication verb, for instance, say or tell. Thus, we do not find it here in the COVID corpus, right? So this keyword, because this keyword shows that there is a distinction between PNC corpus and COVID corpus, because this actually COVID corpus reflecting that in the academic writing, it avoids the mental state and it also avoids the direct speech because they don't have the word stay, tell, or think, want, and know. And I'm playing around a little bit with this data. And then this one is to show the individual contrast of the rank shift. So I try to see whether there is a rank shift or not here. And well, there are some interesting things that I found here. Well, let's start from the word use. In BNT corpus, use ranked 14. But then in COVID corpus or research corpus, it increased, the rank of use is pretty frequent and it ranked in the third rank. What does it imply actually? Because for PNG corpus in everyday language, use is use, but it's not that common, but in scientific writing, especially in the part of the methodology, instrument, research design, we use the word use quite often. So it makes the increase of the word use that it is more frequently used in the academic writing or research report. And then the next one is make. This one, yeah. So there is a drop of the rank shapes between BNC and the COVID research. In BNC, which is the general corpus, the word make is in the sixth rank, and then in the COVID corpus, the word make is in the 16th rank. Yes. So what does it tells us? This one is actually telling us that make in daily language are frequently used probably because of the colloquial construction, something like make sense, for instance, or make your way. So make sense, for instance, this make the word make, this make the word make. Okay, this results in the high usage of the word make because of this phrase are colloquial, and then it's commonly used in the daily conversation or in everyday conversation or everyday writing as well in BNC. But then in academic one, it yeah, it I think that the word make it's not as common as when it has the comparison with the colloquial construction like makes sense. So there is no colloquial construction in corpus research, in research corpus that makes the word make has the less frequency than in the BNC corpus. So by doing this, actually we can see that the keyword can show the trend of the certain word in a certain nature of the corpus. And then go to the next benefits of using the frequency list. So can you identify a genre or text just from its frequency list? Yes. So from the frequency list, we can also profile the register or the genre. So for instance, this is the research conducted by Leach, Raisin, and Wilson in 2001, pretty old, but still relevant and interesting until now. They try to analyze the pronoun and also the function word of the pronoun, personal pronoun for several corpus. So we have pop song lyric corpus, academic paper corpus, spoken English corpus, and also written English corpus. And then interestingly, on the table, we have that pop song lyric has I, you, me, the, I, you, me, the, and my. It's very personal. So it actually reflects that, okay, mostly pop song lyric are very personal because they have the word I, me, and my. And this is very different from academic paper, which we don't want to be very personal in academic paper, right? We try to make distance so that the most frequent pronoun or preposition or the function word here are the, of, and, into, and also is. It's very technical. So the frequency list can also show a certain genre, and it can also be an interesting analysis to be done. Last but not least, frequency lists can also track the change over time. So some words appear, some words disappear, some words enter the language, some words leave the language. So we can compare the frequency list from different time period, and it's also interesting to watch how language evolve. For instance, um, this is taken from Google Book and Gram Viewer. So this is a free tool tracking corpus. Well, it consists of million books from Google, range from the year of 1970 until 2022. 2022, yes. So this is an example that I use the comparison for the word email, and then, oh yeah, Telegram, streaming, wireless, email, and online. So let's start from the very beginning of the chart. This is the pre-digital era, right? So everything here is still conventional. Everything here was still conventional. We have book, we have a document, printed document. So, and then internet are almost absent. So in this period, we see that Telegram has the highest frequency in this period. The blue line here, Telegram, it's still commonly used and frequently used by the for the mean of the communication. And then go to 19 1990 to 2000 here. This is what we call as the probably internet explosion era. So this is where the word online, that the orange color, start to emerge and start to have a steep increase, and then email also surge. So this is where the commercial internet launches. Well, so we also see that wireless a little is a little bit increasing, and then Telegram start to decline and begins to slow fade out of the trend. Because in this era we have the internet explosion usage, so everything start to be online, everything start to be digital, and we can see that from the graph. And go to 2005 until 2022, a telegram is decreasing and it becomes the least frequent word used in the book. And then it is followed by streaming, and then wireless has start to fade out, and then email and online are increasing. And most interestingly, the word online increased significantly throughout the year, right? What causes this? This is because this era is where the mobile phones start to uh, be cheaper than the previous era. So many people start to use mobile phone a lot, and this increased the vocabulary online quite significantly in the book for publication. So online continues climbing because smartphone make the connectivity invisible. And then for the streaming, it also start climbing because Netflix, Spotify, YouTube start to be accessible as well to our generation. So what this graph shows us is the technological history in written in language. Well, every shift has the meaning. Every shift shows how we communicate, left a trace in the written frequency data. So it is interesting to also see uh, the diachronic progression or regression, I don't know, the diachronic study of the frequency list throughout the period. All right. Before I give you a question, do you have question? Yeah, I agree, Pak Rudy. The frequency list is important for designing material for language teaching. We usually start from the most frequency word to teach to students, and then go to the less frequency word on for the higher grade or higher semester. Okay, before I give you a question, do you have question? Okay, there is a question from Vida. You mentioned that raw frequency are usually reported in a single corpus and normalized frequency when comparing to corpora. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw in your tutorial of Sketch Engine yesterday where you chose a word, the normalized frequency of the word was displayed. I assume that it's possible to report to in the analysis of word from one corpus. Yeah, so thank you very much, Vida, for the analysis of the frequency list. I rarely use normalized frequency when I use only one corpus. But for the demo yesterday, it's just for the few and display of the concordance. If you want to see the frequency list and you also want to see the normalized frequency, you can do that in Sketch Engine. That's just what I want to show. But then normally, in my case, I work with Indonesian corpus and I always use raw frequency. But when I compare Indonesian corpus with the other corpus, when I compare two Indonesian corpus, let's say, for instance, Lexvic Corpora collection versus another corpus, then I will use the normalized frequency. I hope that answers. May I know the reference about high frequency word in teaching? Yeah. I'm going to take notes on it and then we'll give you on the question and answer session. Teaching with high frequency words first. Thank you, Linda. Is there any other ways we can do in comparison and contrast in diachronic corpus? I mean the database? Yeah, sure. So for the diachronic, is there any other ways we can do comparison and contrast in diachronic? Yeah. So what I show you previously is the lexical comparison throughout the period. What I had done previously is the affix distribution comparison throughout the period in a certain corpus. So we can do this in the syntactic level, we can do that in morphological level, we can also do that in the semantics level. Does it answer your question, Arif? Muhammad Arif Ismail? All right. Question from Ahmad. In your experience, does a shift to normalized frequency when comparing to corpora ever hide something important, like a word being genuinely high frequency in absolute terms in a smaller specialized corpus, but looking low per million when compared to a giant general corpus? Okay. To be honest, I haven't worked with the normalized frequency yet because I always work with one corpora in my research. But when I read several research about the comparison of the two corpora, yes, it might be different. Let's say in the absolute frequency, it has a high frequency, but then when we compare that to another corpus, then it has the low normalized frequency. But what that does imply, I don't think that, I think I need to read the research first and then I can tell you what it implies. So I know that it is not really satisfying question, but I just want to give you the real answer and the valid answer for this. So I think I postpone this to the question and answer session at the end of the session if you wouldn't mind, Pak Ahmad. Ahmad. Okay. From Gede, can I use related keyword analysis to find out the word's trend? Yeah, you can compare the hapax legumena. Right. So, well, the frequency list is, well, good day. So the frequency list doesn't tell you by itself. We need to still process it. So we have the frequency list. Similarly, like what we do in the concordance analysis, if we have the frequency list, we can also have another column after the frequency list itself. Let's say, for instance, the noun category. If we have the frequency list of the noun, then we can have the noun category, whether it is abstract or concrete, or if we have the frequency list of the verb, like the example that I used before, we can have another column, whether it is mental or cognitive or action verb. So we can have several another category of the research, of the data as soon as we get the frequency list. And if we want to find the word's trend, then probably my suggestion is to focus on the hapax legumena, the word that occurs only one, and then we can probably describe in which field the new vocabulary emerge in each corpus. So that might lead to a certain language trend, for instance. Or you can also start with not only the hapag but the low frequency word. Let's say, for instance, the word with a frequency less than 100, for instance, and then you can also categorize those data and see if there is a trend occurring on that low frequency word. So if you want to see the trend, what I suggest is focus on the low frequency word instead of the high frequency word, because high frequency words means that it's trending already, right? I hope that answer your question. Yeah. Well, not only have Legomen, and you can play around with the low frequency word as well. Okay. Pak Arif, is that possible to use the database from BNC or COCA or other database sources for diachronic corpus? Yes. It really depends whether there is the metadata of the time period. So let's say in Sketch Engine, yeah. So in Sketch Engine here, let's say if we have the NC, and we click the I. So please excuse my facing direction to this direction because this is where my extended monitor is. Okay, so we can click the I here for corpus information and see if the corpus has the information of the time period. Yeah, so it has the time period information from this period, and this period. So I think whenever there is the information about the corpus for the time period, then we can do the diachronic study. Would you please explain how to categorize the word? What reference you may suggest regarding word categorization? Okay. Yeah. Could you please explain how to categorize the word? All right. Interesting question, Nugraha Ningtyas. Have I ever did the word categorization? Let me see my data. If I have the data, I have categorized the data based on the frequency list. Right, I think this is what we did for the, okay. Mm. Okay, I think I need to go to my folders to find out how I categorize the word. Let's say I have the frequency word and then I have some other categorization, and I'm going to prepare that in a way that it is good to display and good to present. So I need time to answer this. Nugraha Ningtyas. Basically, what I usually do, I'm going to give you a picture right after the practice session. I need time to prepare. But then usually what I do is, let's say, for instance, I have the noun frequency list. So I have the noun frequency list. And then I have the next column, whether it is concrete or abstract. So I'm going to list down this noun is concrete, this noun is abstract, this noun is concrete, concrete, concrete. And then I'm going to have also another category for the noun category itself. Let's say, for instance, whether it is prefix, whether it is affix or non-affix, for instance. So those are the way how I'm working with the frequency list and categorizing the frequency list. But I'm going to give you a better visualization of what I'm I was talking about later in the question and answer session. How do you handle the issue of dispersion when reporting frequency? Raw and normalized counts can be both misleading if a word is highly clustered in a few tags. Yeah. Thank you, Ahmed. This is very technical question. Right. It actually depends on how large is our corpus is. Okay. So yeah, just to share you my experience, I used to have a very small corpus consisting of slogan data in English and its translation in Indonesian. I only, quote unquote, I only collected at that time 100 slogan. And I was pretty pessimistic if this corpus is big enough to analyze. So you can imagine if we have 100 corpus, 100 slogan, for instance, per slogan has 5 to 7 words. So I only have 500 data in Indonesian. And well, in English, that might be less because English is more efficient and effective in language structure. So probably I only have 300 or 400 tokens for the English corpus data slogan that I created. So I count, I use the frequency list, and I use the concordance analysis, and I use also the collocation analysis. I count the corpus, and in the part of the frequency list, of course, the frequency list contains a small number for each word, for each count. For instance, uh, for the word face, for instance, a slogan for beauty product, face occur, let's say, only 13 times or 14 times. And I report that and I wrote that in a paper. And thankfully, there is no comment on the size of the data. So the way how I handle the issue of the dispersion when reporting the frequency to anticipate the reviewer demand of the higher frequency, for instance, in our data. The way how I handle this is I acknowledge that there is a limitation in my research. And I also acknowledge that this is a very small amount of the data in the corpus. But then in the discussion part, I tried my best to, with this tiny corpus, with this very not really bombastic findings because I only have a very tiny slogan corpus. Then I tried to relate this to another research and make this tiny contributive to the linguistic research as a whole in the discussion part. So that is how I handle the issue of the reporting frequency sometimes. Well, and it works. Thankfully, it is accepted and it's published. I hope that answered your question, Ahmad. Yeah, you're most welcome. All right. Okay. So now we can start work. Oh, we can do the practice first. Quiz. There you go. Please answer this in the chat column. So I still have 3 questions that I need to answer on the last session. All right. So stand by in the chat. This is the first question. Oh my God, this is very easy. Yeah. The cat sat on the mat was flat. Tokens and time. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is exactly the examples that I gave you in my presentation. So it has 10 tokens and it has 7 types. How about this? A hapaklegomenon is a word that good. Thank you. There is spherical, good day. Yeah. So hapax legomena is the word that occurs only one in the corpus. Last but not least, in a normal English corpus, which words usually rank as the first? There is C, answer. There is D, answer. Right. Truth is usually the word D occur because well, B might occur most frequent as well, but not is because B consists of is, am, are, was, and were. But then is rarely occur in the top, at least top three frequency lists. All right. Thank you for your participation. And now we are going to do a demo on the Sketch Engine. So please log in to your Sketch Engine. And I'm going to show you the frequency list features in Sketch Engine. Yeah, I hope you see the Sketch Engine already. Okay. We're going to use PNC corpus for today's demo. Okay, so the Sketch Engine has actually many tools, and yesterday we have learned about the concordance here, and now we are going to explore its word list. So this word list is actually the frequency list generator. That is the word list and frequency list, and please open it. When we open the frequency list, we are going to be directed to, oh yeah, okay. So the frequency list can be accessed via the main dashboard, and it can also be accessed via the left panel of the Sketch Engine here, the word list, okay? And well, this is pretty similar with the query that we have in the concordance analysis. We have the basic word list, and we also have the advanced word list. And when we click learn, it will direct us to some YouTube tutorials about the word frequency in Sketch Engine. In the basic list for lemma, if we click lemma, what it will give us are the lemma only. So if we have go, goes, going, went, and gone, it will give us only the lemma go. So with the word is, am, are, was, and were, if we click the frequently list for the lemma, it will only give us the lemma B. Okay, so if we click go, this. So we're going to have the lemma B. We're not going to have is, am, are in the frequency list. That's different from if we use word. If we use word, then go will remain go, goes will remain goes, and then so it just lists the word as the way it is. So we're going to have is, am, are, was, were, and be as well. Let's check if we click go. Here we have be, of course, because be still occur after the model. And we also have are here. Okay, so lemma and word, those are two different things. So the lemma is the basic form of the word. And next, well, if we want to list based on the part of speech as well, we can also click adjective or adverb or conjunction. It's going to give us the frequency list based on the part of speech. For instance, like what I did in my slide, I subset I create a word list for the PNG verb, then I click verb here and click go, and it will give us the verb only. Okay. All right. On the next part, we can also set the limitation of the word list. We can have all, or starting with, ending with, or containing. That's basically the same as what we have previously as well in the concordance. So for instance, but what difference is that if we set this in concordance, the sketch engine will give us the concordance lines. But if we set this in the frequency list, then the sketch engine will give us the frequency lists. Okay, for instance, I want to see the frequency list of the word starting with this. So we can write this here, and we can click go, and it will give us all of the words starting with this. Okay. If you have different display, you can also use few option over here to choose whichever layout and whichever display you want to use. Let's say, for instance, because I'm working on one corpus in PNG corpus, I don't want the list to show frequency per million, but it's still useful if I download this and then I would like to compare this with the other corpus. And there are some other setup that you can also click or unclick, check or uncheck. Let's say, yeah, this document frequency. We can also have this for the document frequency, or average reduced frequency, average logarithmic frequency. We're not going to discuss this at this moment. All right, so here we can have the basic word list. We can have based on the word, based on the lemma, based on the part of speech. And then we can also set whether we want to have the word starting with, ending with, or containing. Let's say, for instance, if we set this into ending with is, because I want to see some adjective or some noun, let's say. Okay, so it will gives us the frequency list of any words ending with is. All right. Nah, yeah. So when we have this result, we actually can also go back to the concordance data where the word occurred. So if we click this three dot horizontal button, if we click this, it will give us the concordance, the n-gram, word sketch, and also the thesaurus. Because we have learned about concordance, then I will click the concordance, and it will give us the concordance where the lists occur in the PNG corpus. Okay. Question. Okay. Troubleshooting, not giving, for instance, not giving you the display that I show you. No. All right. Okay. So that is for the frequency list, and then basic frequency list, basically. So when we click the word or the PNG, then we go to this, how do we call this? We go to this icon. Yes. So we can go to this top right icon. Here we have the change criteria. So it will direct us to how we are going to have the frequency list. And then we have the download button here. We have the view option, and then this is what I'm going to explain. We have the filter result. So if we click filter, we can also filter the frequency list, similar to the concordance one. We can filter the word list, whether it's containing something or not containing something, starting with something with the exact match, and ending with matching regard. I'm not going to explain this because it's something related to the a CQL search query. Okay, so let's say if we click containing, and then we want to analyze, we want to know the word containing ET, and then we click filter, it's going to give us any words containing ET here. Okay. Question? No. All right. So that is for all words. Let's say if I limit this is in noun, and then it will give us the noun in BNC corpus, and then containing ity, it will give us the noun as well that contains ity. So that is the filter result. After the basic mode, next to it, we have the advanced mode. Right. Let me recall. Okay, so the advanced tab give us more control because it can search by the part of speech, and it can also set the minimum and the maximum frequency threshold that we want. So here we have pretty similar with the simple with the basic mode of the word list, but then here we have the advanced one. We can set the frequency minimum, whether we want to take the frequency, the word with frequency no more than 100. We can set this, and then we can also have the frequency maximum. I rarely use this feature, but then let's say, for instance, if you are interested in analyzing a new word, probably you are going to take the low frequency word. So probably you might be interested in having the list of the frequency minimum 1 and then the frequency maximum 100, for instance. So if we click what verbs could it be, and then go, we're going to have maximum frequency of 100 and what verbs we have in this frequency list. So if you're interested in low frequency word, you can use the advanced mode control for this. The advanced also gives us the text types. Again, similar to concordance. So we can limit what text type are we going to focus on. Let's say, for instance, if you're interested in diachronic study, you can have this year of publication as the text type site, so that you can have the frequency list from the year 1969, and then all the way until 1994. So in this advanced mode, we can set the minimum frequency and maximum frequency, and also we can choose the text type. Question? Not yet. All right. There is another interesting thing that we can do with the frequency list derived from concordance. Okay. This is fun. So let's go back to concordance. Let's say, if I recall it right, I think I used the phrase halftime yesterday. So if we click, it's going to give us the concordance lines, right? So the icon here at the top of the page, you have this icon, the frequency icon. So yesterday we learned about the view option and then the sort option and then filter. And now in concordance, we can also derive the frequency. All right, so this is actually the word list tool as well, provided in the concordance. So if we click this button, it will look like a frequency, it will look like this, right? What does it for? All right, so the basic tab shows a grid. So that is the left context, the first word to the left. There is the quick, and then there is the first word to the right. For each position, we can count the word. For each position, we can count the word based on the word form, based on the tags, and based on the lemma. Okay. So the word form, this one, will count the exact word form as they appear in the text. So let's say if we click the word form of the quick, it will give us the frequency list of the variation of halftime. So here we have head time, halftime, hash time, having time, and other kind of the KWIC, quick of the halftime. So here, if you see the quick, oh, sorry. Yeah, so it varies from a time and then head time and then go on again and then halftime and then hash time. So it has some variation. So showing the frequency list of the quick might be helpful to just sort how many variation of the halftime occur in the corpus. Okay. So that's the word form. And then for the text form, oops, go to frequency again. For the text form, it gives us the tagging. So here, well, my display is that I just wanted to show it the text. Then I save it so that I have several tags, VH and V8Z and then V8D and I think VH is the present one and then VHZ is a perfect one and then VHD is the past tense one, I guess. So that if we click the frequency in the quick based on the tag, it's going to give us the tag only. So what tag is the most common one? The VH and this one. That for the tag. And for the lemma, of course, it's just going to give us one lemma, I believe, which is halftime. Exactly. Because if we want to count the variation, we should go to word form. And this list taken from the concordance could be applied to the word from the left and also to the word from the right of the quick. All right. Question? So far, so good. Okay. So here, this is the result of the frequency list derived from the concordance. especially for the quick word, okay? So here we have the word itself, here we have the frequency and the relative frequency. The percent of the concordance, yeah, so it just gives us the information how many percent of this word occur in the concordance. So this is the display of the frequency list derived from the concordance. All right. And if we see here on the top of the page, we have the frequency and we have the change criteria button. If we click this, we can go back to the frequency, concordance-based frequency setup that we want to modify. The advanced one is yeah, so the advanced one is pretty simple actually, because this is used when you want to calculate the frequency of word at a certain distance from the node. So if we have basic here, word to the left and then first word to the right, we can only count, the basic mode can only count the first word to the left or the first word to the right. But the advanced mode offer us to see more than the first word to the quick, okay? It gives us several options as well, word lemma and tag and other option. So let's say if I want to see have had time, the first word to the right, and then I add this. I want to see also the first and the second word to the right and how it will gives us. It will gives us have time to think, have time to do, have time to get. So with the advanced mode, we could generate probably the n-gram as well. So had time usually followed by to think. That's the most frequency one. And then to do, to get, and then the least frequency one is had time it perfectly. That's a frequency of one. So that's what we can do with the advanced mode of the sketch engine. Okay, any question? Not yet? Good. So there it comes to the end of my talk. We are going to go then to the hand-on practice. Yes, we still have 30 minutes. So the key takeaway from today's talk is that a frequency list is a list of every word in a corpus, and it ranked how often the word occurs, and it is doorway to some corpus question. And then we can also compare two corpus with the frequency per million, and then we also have explored the frequency list in Sketch Engine and how it helped us to also interpret the concordance analysis. All right, so I guess Mas Pri, have you got the practice module from me? If not, then I can share it here in the chat column. Okay. Right. So in this practice, I think I'm going to just go with the 20 minutes, okay? So you have to explore the different frequency list between base and Bowie. Base is the academic, base is the British, it is the academic English corpora. Yes. So the S1 is the spoken, but then the W1 is the written. Well, you can have the information of the corpus with the I symbol next to the corpus. And I want you to see the top 20 and do some observation and some analysis. Or you can also do the frequency list in the concordance. This is the go-to concordance frequency list, and I want to show how go-to has the most frequent concordance with the left concordance or the right concordance. So you can do one of these two practices. So choose whichever you want. I think we do not need to put you into the breakout rooms because yesterday it turns out that you do this individually. So I'm just going to give you time for 20 minutes and we're going to discuss the answer and answer the questions that are still pending within the next 20 minutes. Okay. Have fun. Yes, Pak Ahmad. You can ask your question. That's fine. Okay, so I guess time is up for doing the handout practice. Does anyone have the troubleshoot in the step-by-step procedure that I wrote in the handout? Does anyone want to share their findings and their observation related to the difference between base and bawe, or probably the concordance frequency list following the word go to, for instance? Okay. Yeah. While waiting, there is a question on how the noun is classified or how the frequency lists are classified. This is just one example of what I did in my current research. So I'm interested in seeing what words following a certain type of the workforce agent, for instance, employee or employer. So here I have the word, and then here I have the category. The category that I classified here are based on the register or based on the register of the tax. Let's say employee is followed by, this is in Indonesian anyway, I'm going to translate this, perusahaan, so employee is followed by company, and then shop, and then a, what is pabrik? Help me, someone.
Factory.
Factory, thank you. Yeah, and then PDAM. This is the water factory. No, it's not factory. Water company. Yeah, so it's a water company. So this is how I classify it, whether the noun has the register of the law register or the managerial register or the status or the technical register. And we can also have some other classification based on the previous theory, let's say abstract and concrete as usual, or from the morphological process of the word, let's say here in Indonesian, this is an affix word of the peran. So we have per, usaha, and then an. And this is a simple word, this is a simple word, and this is an acronym. So we can also classify the frequency list based on the research interest that we are going to analyze. All right. Just a little bit sharing about the concordance of concordant frequency list of the word go to. This is just a model answer, so you can have different answer, and that's totally fine. And you can also interpret your answer. So based on the frequency list of the advancers and given the procedure, it will lead us to the frequency list of the word following go to. So that is go to the, go to bed, go to sleep, go to school, work, your, see, church, and her. And then I get through the frequency list, and then my observation lead to this. There are four, actually, there are four semantics cluster emerge from the content words following the go to. The first one is related to the rest destination or sleep, because there is the phrase go to bed and then, or go to sleep. And then the next one is related to a destination, an institutional destination. Let's say go to the university, go to hospital, go to colleague, go to church. So the destination, it could be the rest destination. It could also be the institutional destination. It could also be a proper name, go to some countries. And it could also be the verb infinitive. So here with this very small observation, we can probably write a simple research article and then submit it and see if it's contributed to the linguistics in general. All right. Yeah, good day. So I'm not finished yet, but I found Bawe count punctuation too, like the comma that I found. Yeah. So for the base and Bawe, I just a short sharing. What I notice here are the differences that for the base, it is rich of pronoun. You, I, we, because it's spoken and it's derived from a general lecturer or a conference presentation or an academic spoken interaction. So it's rich of the pronoun. Whereas for the Bawe, sorry, for the Base, it's rich of pronoun because it's spoken. And then for the Bawe, because it's written, then commonly and not surprisingly, be and the are the most too frequent, the two words with the most frequency, and it's not surprising at all. Punctuation is counted, yes, of course, because it is written, so punctuation really matters. So yeah, so this is the key pattern. Base shows a pronoun rich, and then its profile typical of spoken interaction. And then Bawe shows an determiner and preposition heavy construction in their corpus. All right. So that's all for today. Thank you very much. A lot of questions. It was fun and some do practices as well. And I have shared what I know, and hopefully it's useful for you and insightful as well. And I'm glad to keep in touch. So this is the email that you can reach me. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention. So this is my email address. It's on the slide. Please get in touch after the session. And if you have question or want to discuss anything that applies to the corpus linguistic and corporate analysis, I'd be more than happy to answer and join in your discussion. That's all from me. Over you, Nadira and Anti. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bu Karlina.
Thank you once again, Dr. Carlina, for a clear and informative session on frequency list. Dear everyone, please remember to mark your attendance in a form shared in the Zoom chat. We will now begin our second session of the day, collocation. We are very pleased to welcome Dr. Peter Crossway from the University of Queensland, Australia. Hello, Dr. Peter.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
So, you want me to just launch straight in, or are you doing an introduction, or what do you want to do?
We're going to give an introduction.
Would help.
Okay. Before handing the session over, allow me to read Dr. Peter's CV. Peter Crossway is a senior lecturer in the School of Languages and Cultures at the University of Queensland, Australia. Formerly assistant professor at the Centre for Applied English Studies, Universities of Hong Kong. He holds an MA TESOL from the University of London and an MPhil and PhD in Applied Linguistics from the University of Cambridge, UK. His research interests include corpus linguistics, data-driven learning, computer-assisted language learning, and English for academic purposes. He has published over 50 articles in leading Q1 journals and authored several international published books. And if you would like to know more about Dr. Peter, please consult his full CV or contact him via email. Dr. Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, thanks for the great introduction to our two MCs, and good afternoon or good morning, depending on the time zone for you. Um, I'm currently on 1 o'clock p.m. here, Brisbane time, and it's my pleasure to be invited back again to present at DipsCorLing. I remember doing a similar session a few years ago, and it's a pleasure to be invited again by Pri and the rest of the team. So today we're going to be having a look at collocation, and I kind of pitched it to be rather accessible. So for you experts in the audience, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but at least you'll be having a look at some tools that you may have used already, and a new tool towards the end of the session, which I released only last week. So hopefully, yeah, actually, this is kind of like the first public demonstration of that tool. It's still a work in progress, so forgive me if kind of everything might not work as necessarily planned, but it's always a good opportunity to test it out with a live audience and to get some feedback on that. So I'm going to share my slides with you first of all, and then we'll get into what is the workshop, where we're going to be covering 4 different tools on looking at different aspects of collocation and what those different tools tell us different things about collocates based on the user interface of the tool, the underlying corpus data that we'll be investigating, and different ways that different tools kind of think about collocation and how to calculate that and how to present that, with implications then for end users, whether these are junior researchers, senior researchers, language teachers, students, language learners. There's something for everyone in these tools, and it really depends how far you want to go and how deep you want to dig. After this session, then I will also be doing the special lecture where I'll be thinking about Gen AI produced corpora and some of the issues involved with analyzing those. But for now, I'll just try to share my screen with you, see if that works, and then I think we'll be all good. So is everybody seeing what I'm seeing here?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and continue. So this is corpus-based approaches to collocation. It's something that in the AI era, you may wonder why we want to continue using corpora to analyze language data. And I myself have written on this topic. It's something that I will present on in the lecture coming up in a couple of hours. But to skip ahead to why we might want to do that, I still see corpora as one of the best methods for analyzing collocation that are out there. I find it is much better at doing collocation than generative AI for various reasons that I will go into later. And if anything, when we think about it for purposes of teaching and learning, which is my main area of interest, when it comes to corpus linguistics, that's what I'm most known for, pedagogical applications of corpus linguistics in the form of data-driven learning. I see that corpora are really one of the strongest ways of presenting collocation to teachers, to language learners, and has advantages over generative AI that generative AI is still yet to resolve in its current form. So, welcome to my workshop. Basically, we need to think about what collocation is, of course, and it's rather quite simple. Going back to Firth, all the way back in the 1950s, with this quote: "You shall know a word by the company it keeps." It's a rather simple statement, but it actually goes very deep into how we acquire languages and how we think about languages in general, and also about how languages can change and evolve over time. And that is, if we take a usage based approach to the study of language and the study of language acquisition, languages themselves dynamically evolve on the basis of use, and that use can be described at a statistical level, whereby words that occur more frequently together with other words are learned as a chunk or a unit. Another word for that chunk or unit is a collocation. Basically, the idea that words go together with other words. So, words themselves don't appear in isolation. They only gain meaning in combination with other words. Therefore, examples like strong, heavy, and powerful all mean roughly the same thing. But can you have strong rain or a strong smoker? These are not necessarily combinations that make sense to me as a native speaker of English. And there may be other equivalents in your languages that also don't really work. But if I said the rain was heavy, or that somebody was a heavy smoker, these words have that statistical relationship within the language, and that produces that fixed meaning about what those two words put together means. From a second language acquisition perspective, a native speaker of any language has acquired their language as the result of exposure to millions, if not billions, of words of input over their lifetime. And our brains, according to research, are incredibly good at calculating these statistics that exist in the linguistic input that is around us, and can form abstractions about how language works on the basis of relatively little input. As native speakers, that exposure is what drives those acquisition of statistical patterns, words that go together with other words. For second language learners, they've already acquired the statistical patternings of their first language, but acquiring these in a second language may be tricky because a relative lack of exposure to those statistics as compared with that of the native language. So for the past 20 or even 30 years, people have been using language corpora to reveal these statistical patterns of collocation to language learners and teachers. And the heart of data-driven learning is to empower language learners and teachers to use language corpora to help find and teach and learn these patterns in a systematic way that is more engaging than just the teacher writing them down on a board and getting you to remember. I mentioned before that languages are dynamic systems underlying the usage patterns of everybody who speaks that language. And this boils down into smaller and smaller levels, such that collocations can be used in the study of what makes disciplinary conventions. So how do people use collocations in science? How do people use collocations in the humanities? Genre conventions also. What are some of the more frequent combinations in academic essays versus TV news reports versus newspaper articles, and also in terms of register. What characterizes collocation in written registers? What characterizes collocation in spoken registers? How do people make meaning within these speech communities? And what do the collocations say about that community and the things that it chooses to make meaning about? So there's a space here for corpus linguistics then in studying and researching collocations through access to corpora and corpus tools. It's a little bit of an introduction to what I see collocation as and why it's important. And today then we'll be taking a look at collocation through 4 different tools. First is Sketch Engine for language learning. Then Sketch Engine itself using the BAWE, free to access. And I believe that that's what you will have been using earlier this morning, if I'm right. We'll then go back to one of my tools, which was explicitly set up to look at collocations in disciplinary contexts, and to have a think about how that works. Before I move on to a new tool that I developed and released last week, which improves on the original Corpus Mate with AI and large language model support, which provides interpreted commentary about collocation results. So let's make a start. One thing I might ask you to do just before we get started is, because with Corpus Mate, the new one, the first time you use it, it takes rather a long time for the corpora to be downloaded onto your system, because they have to download from a server and they enter a cache on your computer. So what I suggest is, if you open up now the new Corpus Mate link, and then as I am going through the rest of the presentation, you'll be able to make sure that by the time we get to Corpus Mate, those corpora will be loaded on your system. So if we all go to corpusmate.app, which I'm just linking here in the chat, and get that running so that that is loading in the background, and by the time we've got to it, all of the corpora should have been loaded on everyone's systems. So make sure that that is loading in the background for you. It will look something like this. Okay. And you will see in the top corner over here that the corpora are loading, and it's ready to use when the corpora are loaded. The first time this will be very slow, but the next time you use Corpus Mate, because the corpora are now downloaded and stored in your cache, it should load very, very quickly. But it's just that first time takes a little bit of time, so do bear that in mind. Okay, let's go back into the presentation. Okay. So a couple of terminological things we'll need to think about as we get into today's presentation. And something that we need to think about is the difference in what we call the word that we're interested in and the words that are going to come around that word. So the word that we're interested in, or the target word in collocation language, is called the node word. So if we were interested in the collocation conduct research, the word conduct might be the node word, and the collocate might be the word that co-occurs with the node word. Similarly, we might have research as the node word and conduct as the collocate. Depends what we're searching for. Now, collocates are words that co-occur with the node at a statistically noteworthy frequency, and I'll explain later what I mean by that, because there are actually several measures to calculate collocation strength. Some are frequency-based, some are based on keywords. We'll go through some of the basic measures in this session. And a collocate may appear right next to the word, either before or after the node, or according to your corpus query specifications, the word may appear 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 words away, but still fairly close to the node word. With corpus tools, we can set how far away from the word we want to look. So this might be useful, for example, in the situation where I might have a function word in the middle, like to take a breath, but I'm not necessarily interested in a. I want to know what I can take a something. So in that case, the span would be 2. Take a breath, where we don't count the 1, where take is the node. So a breath, like that. And a is 1 and breath is 2. One measure, as I mentioned, about statistically noteworthy frequency is the concept of mutual information. And there are various ways to calculate this that we'll go into today. But these measure how exclusively 2 words co-occur. The higher the mutual information, the stronger the bond. These are, of course, sensitive to low frequency items, which means that if you're looking for MI alone, the collocates may make little sense to you, which is why we might want to have a look at some alternative measures, and we'll be able to do that. Another measure is T-score. This favors frequent, reliable collocations, which is better for finding high-frequency patterns. And other tools may use frequency-balanced association measures, such as log dice, which is used in Sketch Engine, or there's log likelihood, various kinds of measures, and we'll have a bit of a look at all of these today. So these are some of the concepts that we'll need to think about. We'll move on now to discuss Tool 1, SCEL, or Sketch Engine for Language Learning. And again, I will just copy and paste the URL into the chat, just so that everyone's got that. And you can have that up and running. So the Sketch Engine for Language Learning, if you've been using Sketch Engine already today, you'll have a little bit of an understanding about what that is and how it works. Sketch Engine for Language Learning was an offshoot of the main Sketch Engine platform, produced by Vit Beiser and Vit Sukamel about 2014 now, so it's already a good 12 years old. But it is a freely accessible and very large general English corpus. It contains 3 search modes, namely word sketch, which helps us look at collocates by grammatical slot or grammatical relations or gram whales, as you will have seen in Sketch Engine. It also has concordance search and a similar words function, which again acts like a bit like collocation or that similar to a thesaurus. The word sketch function, which is what the primary function of SCEL really is, organizes collocates by grammatical relation. So we'll have a bit of a play with that in a moment. But because the tool is specifically designed to be as simple as possible, there are limitations when compared with the main sketch engine tool in terms of functionality and the range of information available in the output. In that you cannot select which corpus you're using, you cannot select subcorpora, for example. There's little information on frequency data, but that's the point of SCEL. It's not designed for researchers, it's designed for people with absolutely no experience or proficiency in corpus linguistics to be able to go on and investigate language using a corpus tool. So let's get into the various functions. And the first thing you need to do is go to the website, as I already mentioned. And let's have a look at this little live demo walkthrough here. We're going to have the word conduct as our node word. So let's get into it. Here's the SCEL user interface. I'm going to search for the word conduct. My search will give me some information on normalized frequency, but I guess it's kind of difficult to use this in a meaningful way because it doesn't give you much comparison with any other information. It just tells you what the frequency is in this 1 billion word corpus, but it's kind of hard to visualize what that might look like in a billion word corpus, I guess. Still, it will give you, if the word is frequent enough, 40 concordances of that term, highlighted in red. We're using the lemma form of the search, so we get conduct, but we also get its variants, such as conducted, conducts, conducting. And some of these are, most of these are verbs, but there's a couple of noun forms as well. It doesn't actually give us the opportunity to filter by part of speech, unless that's a wildcard function that I'm not aware of, but generally that's what we've got. Now, so far, so good. What we're interested in, though, with this tool is the word sketch function. And this is where the tool introduces the user to collocates of conduct. So let's click word sketch and see what we've got. Now, actually, you can access a similar function in Sketch Engine. There is the word sketch function in Sketch Engine. I think it's down here somewhere. Word sketch, yeah, and word sketch different. So you can actually do the same thing in the Sketch Engine platform. But this just gets you to it through one menu. We've got conduct listed as a verb. You can list it as a noun if you wish, but we're going to stick with the verb here. And you can see the various collocates of conduct organized by grammatical relation. This includes subjects of conduct. For example, research conducted by scientists. Agencies may conduct research. The officers have conducted something. Similarly, it could be an object. Research conducted. The study conducted. Survey conducted. Together with other grammatical relations, including phrasal verb usage, phrasal with object, adjectival or adverbial modifiers of conduct, and conduct in and or constructions. These are all clickable, or you can use mouse hover to find examples and similar words. Clicking the term will bring it up as a new search. So here, conduct and research. So that's a little bit about word sketch. And as I mentioned, clicking any colloquy shows concordance lines. If we then swap conduct with a similar word, for example, perform or undertake, using the similar words function, this shows you an alternative take on collocation whereby instead of focusing on the node, we're thinking about other words that could take up that node slot. These are organized by frequency in the corpus, with the largest word being the most frequent. So we might have a look at conduct, but we may also take a look at perform. And we can see that there are different results for grammatical relation. So even though the words are similar, they are obviously different in terms of the words that collocate with these two node words. Therefore, we can deduce that the words mean different things when these collocates apply to them. It's fairly easy, but let's go ahead now and have a look at a couple of tasks. First task asks for the following. I want you to use Skell to search for the word argument. And I'd like you to think about the collocates of argument. And to have a think about these collocates in terms of your knowledge of these words and whether you would use them in the kind of writing that you might be doing at the moment. When you've done that, I'd like you to compare the term argument with that of idea. How are the collocational profiles different? And what does that tell you about the word's meanings? So let's not look at number 2 yet, but I'm going to give you some time now, and I'll time it on my own device. I'll give you 5 minutes to complete this first task. So we'll begin with argument, and then we'll compare that with idea. Think about the collocates for argument, and think about the collocates for idea. What are the differences in collocations between these two words? What does this tell you about the word's meanings? So let's go back to Skell. We start with the first word, argument. We're going to go straight to word sketch. And this brings us to this list. Do the same for idea. And think about some of the similarities and differences in the collocates that appear with these two terms. I'll give you 5 minutes to complete this task. If you have any questions or comments, you can ask them now. The time starts right away. So only exercise one at this time. And then we'll move on to exercise two. That's all the time I have left for this task. Let's take some answers from the audience. Pick two of the collocations that you have thought about and let me know. We have one answer from Binti in the chat, and she's chosen, we had those arguments 10 years ago. That's fine. But I'm thinking about the collocations of arguments rather than the verb or noun itself. So, what are the collocates of arguments? What are the words that appear with arguments? If we go back to skill, here we are. We have the word sketch. So let's take a look. You may be, for example, convinced by an argument. The argument is convincing. Or you may choose to present an argument or reject an argument. Let's go back to the audience. Please share one collocation with argument that you found interesting. You can do it in the chat, or you can unmute your microphone and tell us what it is that you have found. Thanks, Vedanti. Make an argument is a very common collocation for argument. Did this one appear in the lists on the word sketch? There it is, number 14. So let's have a click at this one. And that takes us to the concordances whereby we can make an argument. And we're getting some good answers now in the chat. Binti has said that a valid argument is a good collocation. You can be swayed by arguments, Arif. That is absolutely right. Okay. Let's contrast that now, though, with idea. Are there different collocates for idea? And on the basis of those differences, what can we say is the difference between argument and idea? Do they have the same collocates or are they different? And if they're different, what does that tell us about those two words? Let's check it out. Idea goes into word sketch. What are some collocations here that are similar with arguments? Can we make an idea, for example? If we go back to Vedanti's one about make an argument, can we make an idea? Does that appear in the list of collocates? It doesn't seem so. We can make an argument, but we can't make an idea. That said, though, there are some collocates that will be shared by both. For example, to explore an idea or explore an argument. To develop an idea and develop an argument. To reject an idea and reject an argument. So in this case, idea and argument do have some similarities, but you can see from the list of collocates that there are clear differences. So that's taken us through the first part of the exercise. Let's now have a think about the next tool that we're going to play with. Because I'm mindful of the time, we'll get into collocates and how they're handled in the Sketch Engine platform. Yep, that's great there. Fatma, you've got some very good examples there of the differences between the two. So well done. Now, Sketch Engine, as you've already been using, is a rather advanced online corpus query platform with access to many different corpora, and therefore it's an incredibly powerful tool for teachers and researchers, language learners, once they have that corpus literacy worked out and they're comfortable with making queries, they're comfortable with analyzing data. And these days, the modern version of Sketch Engine does now have AI support as well. Although I must confess, I haven't really tested it too extensively. What we're going to focus on today, though, is the British Academic Written English corpus as contained within the Sketch Engine platform. And the reason for that is A, because I've used this corpus for years in my own research and done a lot of work with it. And B, it is free to use. So you don't need to log in or register to query the BAWE corpus in Sketch Engine. So again, I will just share the link if that's not immediately clear about how it is that you're supposed to get in there. There's the link in the chat. And it should take you to a screen that looks pretty much the same as this one, where you can clearly see we have the BAWE listed up here, and it is ready for concordancy. So the good thing about the BAWE is that these are all university assignments produced by kind of bachelor's and master's level students as part of university assignments. So it's not published research, but they are representative of the kind of writing that is done at university in the UK, which is where it was collected, obviously. It's controlled for genre and discipline. So you can search essays, you can search reports, you can search methodology recounts, you can search case studies, problem questions, and so on. And these are divided up into 4 main disciplinary groups, namely the arts and humanities, life sciences, physical sciences, and social sciences. They are leveled from level 1, being the kind of undergraduate level, all the way up to 4, which is high quality master's level, early PhD level work. And what we're going to have a play with now is the collocation function of Sketch Engine, which will give us a range of different association scores. So Skell only told us that those words are collocates, but it didn't give us any information at a statistical level about why they're collocates. It only told us that they're collocates. Sketch Engine, though, will allow us to query the collocates for their actual levels of statistical association. So to do this, we'll start off with a simple search, but I do just want to mention that little drop down here, if you haven't seen that already, which does allow you to select by the level of studies, 1 to 4, as I already mentioned, disciplinary groups, arts and humanities, life sciences, physical sciences, social sciences, and genre, case studies, essays, design specifications, and more. It's all here, but we're just going to do some simple searches today and not worry too much about that, just for the purposes of this little introduction. So why don't we choose conduct again? We did it in Scale, now we get to see it in Sketch Engine. And I'm just going to click search. And I've here got some information about the word and how it's used, but now I want to look at the collocates of conduct. How do I do that? Well, one of the things that Sketch Engine did quite some time ago now, I suppose, is they updated the user interface with these symbols which I still think are kind of completely unintuitive. But if you hover your mouse over this little three dot thing, whatever that's supposed to look like, it takes you to the collocation menu. So let's click that. And you can see I've got a little screen here which gives me some information. So I'm interested in the word, but I could choose lemma. I could also choose tag for part of speech tag, but I think today we're just going to keep it easy and stick with word. Now, something that we couldn't do in Skell, but we can do in Sketch Engine is to specify the span, which is a word I mentioned at the beginning of the lecture. And I can do this just by clicking on it. So what I'm actually interested in here, just for the purpose of this demo, is to find words immediately to the right of the node word conduct. So I get rid of this and I just put 1. Okay. So I'm not interested in words that come before conduct. I'm only interested in words that come immediately after conduct. And then I'm just going to press go. And I've now got that information. So I can conduct interviews, conduct monetary, and I presume there's another word after that, conduct research, conduct business, and so on. But I've got some information about how often they co-occur and the number of candidates that occur. So co-occurrences are total number of occurrences within that range that I specified, which is one word immediately after conduct. Candidates, though, is the total number of occurrences of the colloquy in the whole corpus. So the entire BAWE. I then have 3 different measures of collocation strength. These are the raw frequency, which I already mentioned. But of course, these are biased by corpus size. So the bigger the corpus or the smaller the corpus, there will be variation in the amount of things that co-occur. So that's why we have to use other measures like MI, T-score, or log dice. So remember though, MI rewards words that appear together and rarely elsewhere. Let's put that into practice by having a look and organizing the results by MI. So far, so good. I think it was already actually set to be sorted by MI originally. So when I'm interested in MI, I can conduct interviews, conduct monetary, conduct experiments, conduct books, which seems very strange to me. How do you conduct a book? Maybe that's something we can have a look at. Yeah, you see? Now, it seems like when I use MI that conduct books is a strong colloquy. But as you can see, it actually just occurs 3 times, so not particularly frequently. And I am assuming also that it's actually taken from the same essay. And how can I find that out? Well, I can go to document number or the text document ID. So it's 0010D. Or how should we explain the gap between theory and practice in the social position of women in early modern England? That's once. It's from a different text. Okay, that's fine. But again, it's from history and politics. And if I look at this one, history again. So conduct book seems like a strong colloquy, but it's only within the context of history. And it seems it's part of this collocation conduct books. which is being used as a compound noun. But ordinarily, conduct books outside of history, there are no occurrences. We cannot tell that from MI alone. So what are our alternatives? Let's reorganize this time according to T-score. T-score gives us reliable, frequent collocations. This misses rare but strong pairs like MI, and it's useful for finding common lexical patterns. Let's have a look here then back at those results, and we can see that it's quite different. T-score prioritizes function words a lot more. So we've got by, in, on, of, at, with, and an in the top 10. The only other words that are not function words that appear in the top 10 are research, which we know is a strong collocate, and business. So conduct research and conduct business. These are presumably more reliable collocates than conduct books, which was very high under mutual information, but disappears completely when we organize by T-score. So just bear that in mind. Let's organize now by log dice, which is Sketch Engine's preferred method of organizing collocation. And log dice gives us a bit of a balance between frequency and exclusivity. So it's a bit in the middle of MI and T-score. What does it prioritize? Well, interviews, monetary, research, business, experiments are the top 5. The function words mostly disappear from the top 10, giving us the ones that we're probably more interested in when we're looking at lexical patterns of collocation. What still appears, but it's dropped from 3 under MI to 7 under log dice. So I hope that's given you a little bit of an introduction into collocation in Sketch Engine. Let's move on now to the activity for this tool. Let's do the same thing again that I just showed you, but this time we're going to search for the word research. And I'm going to leave the span open. Let's go back to our concordance. And if you don't know how to do that, you just kind of go over here to the left and click concordance, and it basically restarts everything. I'm going to type in research. And my results. Now I go over to that collocation menu. This time I'm going to leave the span open. 3 words before or up to 3 words after. There are some advanced options that I'm not going to go into, like there are some other statistics like log likelihood, for example. MI3, we'll get into those another time. Just keep it basic for now. I'm going to press go, and I got my menu. So the first part of the task asks you to search for research. Don't run the word sketch, just look at the collocates function as I showed you. And what I want you to do is to compare the collocates as ranked by mutual information first. And then I want you to sort the collocates by T-score next. And I want you to tell me the difference between the results that you get. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do this task, and I'm going to time this. And the time begins now. For anyone with any questions or comments, you can use this time to ask now. Otherwise, I'll let you complete the activity. So, Carlina, um, I hope that I have partly answered your question um, with this exercise. This exercise is exactly designed for the question that you've just asked, which is about the best stats for collocation analysis. We'll also go into a few other stats when we look at the Corpus Mate, the new version of Corpus Mate, as well as there's a few different stats in that tool. But yeah, there's no kind of one size fits all. I think mutual information gives you too many bizarre results that are not particularly useful from a language teaching and learning perspective. They may be very useful from a research perspective, but I find that MI for teaching and language learning is gives you collocations that are just not helpful. Frequency based kind of is a bit easier for people to understand, but then it does privilege frequency, and then it means that corpus size plays a huge influence. So if you're only working with small corpora, the difference in a few hundred words that appear together may be massive in a very small corpus, but may be negligible in a very large corpus. So that's something that is a problem. Log likelihood is another method, but the threshold for achieving statistical significance in log likelihood is actually quite small. I mean, you have to be over 16.15 or something like that to get P to 0001. So what becomes more useful than LL is the effect size measure that you're using. And there's lots of different ones like percentage diff, BIC, like Bayes BIC. There's different kind of effect size measures depending on what it is that you want to do. So you actually run into the same problem. So you're using LL, but then the interpretation of the effect size of the LL can be just as annoying as uh, as working out which collocation statistic to use. So I hope that that answers your question. Got a couple of minutes left for this first task. No worries, Carlina. Glad I could help. It's 5 minutes. Let's have the audience respond. What did you notice about the difference in collocates that appear in the top 10 when using the MI statistic and the collocates that appear in the top 10 when using the T-score statistic? Was there one surprising difference that you noticed? Who would like to share one that they noticed? Anyone at all? If not, let's do it together then. So if we organize by MI first, the publications of research include hydromechanics, okay, multi-strategy, which is okay, nucleic surveying with capital S, number 10, which seems very unusual to me, acids, resource poor, forester, which is, I assume, is a proper noun. And apparently it's in like the number 8 collocate of research in this entire corpus, networking and methods. So you can see that it has privileged some very interesting examples under MI. But some of these I would find as potentially, I mean, given my knowledge of this corpus and of the term research, these are very unusual examples, right? Now, I didn't do span 1R this time, in fact, no, I just kept the span as 383. And I sorted the MI and T-score. You just click here at the top and it sorts it for you, like this feeder. Can you see that? So right now it's sorted by MI, and I can see that because it's got the little down arrow here. And you can see that the numbers are in descending order. Mechanics is a bit of a weird one. Let's have a look at the concordances for this. And you can see that it's all taken from one reference that is repeated. The British Hydromechanics Research Association, 1967. So yes, it does appear 6 times with research, but only within the context of a citation that has been repeated several times in a research report. That research report comes from engineering in text 0249D. I probably 0249D is that one as well, and that one as well, and that one as well. So they're actually all taken from just one text in the corpus. Okay. So MI privileges that though. Okay. It's rare, it's a rare collocate, so it has a very high MI score, but it's taken from just one text in the whole corpus. So is it then really representative of collocations in that corpus? And the answer, I think we can say, is no. Therefore, we have to switch to a different one. This time T-score, which privileges frequency. And in this case, it's actually privileged frequency so much that we don't even have any content words here. So we've got dot, comma, of, and, the, into, that, for, on. Okay, great. Hugely frequent collocates in the corpus, but when I'm thinking about lexical collocation, completely useless, right? The only lexical word I get appears here at number 20, which is qualitative. But the top 20 list is dominated by function words and punctuation. So we can't really use T-score either, particularly. That means, what's the best course of action? Best course of action is to go somewhere in the middle of T-score and MI, which is log dice. So let's sort the collocates by log dice. And you can see now that I'm getting into the more interesting and what I would consider more useful collocates to use, which are qualitative research, research journal, research methods, social research, further research, research into. Okay, these for me are the collocates that I would be interested in from the perspective of language teaching and learning. So do bear in mind that different collocation measures will give you different things according to how those measures are worked out. Okay, that was fun. Let's move on now to the third tool of the day, which is CorpusMate. Now, CorpusMate is a tool that I developed in 2023 with DipsCorLing, who also co-created the Scale platform. And he also had a part in building the Sketch Engine platform as well. Now, when you go to corpusmate.com, there is a bit of an issue. And the issue is related to the current security certificate for the platform. And it's kind of actually because we're planning to phase out this tool. So soon we won't use this tool at all. We'll just kind of shut it down because the new version of CorpusMate basically does the same thing that this does, but a lot better. But when you go into corpusmate.com the first time, you might get an error message which says like warning, something like that. But all you do is you just click advanced, trust this website, and it will take you to CorpusMate. It won't be secure sockets, but it should still work. And you'll see something that looks like this. So as long as everybody's on the same page, we can then move in back into the presentation. So hopefully VicBizer solves this problem eventually, but for now we are still getting this error message. But don't worry about it. It doesn't blow up your computer or anything like that. It's just a warning, and you can bypass the warning. So the BAWE is a great corpus, but with CorpusMate, I wanted to expand on BAWE and present a set of corpora that present a wider coverage of academic and non-academic registers, written and spoken registers, and it was designed in conjunction with language learners and teachers at secondary schools. So it wasn't just restricted to university level teaching and learning. Based on the feedback from students using other tools like Scale and Sketch Engine, I developed CorpusMate. The primary focus of CorpusMate is that of disciplinary discourses. So I was interested in questions like, does argue mean the same thing in history as it does in engineering? And CorpusMate would allow us to see the answer to those questions at a glance. In terms of the corpora underlying corpus mate, there are quite a few. We have the BAWE already baked in. We also have the base corpus, which is the spoken component. The corpus containing transcripts of TED Talks. The sample English Wikipedia, not all of it, but ones that contain pre-selected keywords. Transcriptions of learning videos from a BBC Teach website. A novel corpus of English novels from various genres. Part of the Elsevier OACCBY open access corpus of scientific research articles. An open subtitle corpus taken from movies, and a video game corpus of text taken from computer games. Corpus counts and number of documents are seen in this table, with Wiki being the largest, novels, the Elsevier corpus, subtitles in that order. For a total of 68 or just under 69 million words. These then are divided up by topic, because remember that I was using these with secondary school students and they wanted a tool that would help them to look at language across their different school subjects. And this is divided up into, as you can see here in the table, so topics covering things like English language, biology, movie subtitles, politics, psychology, and so on. Mostly written, but it is one of the larger kind of collections of spoken corpora as well, at 21 million words. And mostly general English, but also a high proportion of academic texts as well. So that represents the underlying corpus data for CorpusMate. So how CorpusMate works in terms of looking at collocation is that we can enter our term, for in this case, conduct, and this time without specifying discipline. And one of the things that CorpusMate does is to kind of bury frequency-based collocation into the concordance lines themselves. This is something that Sketch Engine or Skell does not do, but something that myself as well as Lawrence Anthony kind of invented. He actually came up with this idea in the AntCont platform as well. So you can see here by color coding that what you see here in the concordance lines is the most frequent four-word combination in the corpus that contains the node term from a span of the node, and then 1, 2, 3 words to the right. You can select the left patterns as well by clicking the button for left patterns. So you can see that the study was conducted. Now, instead of just displaying concordances like Skell does or Sketch Engine, this one organizes the concordances by the frequency of that four-word construction. So you can see that the study was conducted is the most frequent four-word construction in the corpus. And if I click here on the little plus symbols, that takes me to all the examples of where that occurred. I can also click on any one of these, and it will actually give me information about which text it came from, which corpus it came from, which discipline it came from, and which subject. And for the ones from the Elsevier corpus, I can also get the citation from Google Scholar. So I can verify exactly where entry came from. In terms of collocation, as with SCEL, the intention with this platform was to use it primarily for language learning and teaching, which means that I intentionally did not provide collocation statistics because they're of little use for language learners. They have no need to learn what MI and log dice and t-score are, so we don't make them do it. If that's the goal, then you need to go to Sketch Engine or another tool. How we deal with collocation in CorpusMate, there are a couple of different tools. One is to press compare results. This allows us to see the lemma. And then pattern finder gives us those 4-word combinations. We used 4-word combinations as we feel that these are the most informative for language learners rather than 2-word combinations. The 2 words are a little bit narrow. So having 4-word combinations allows you to see constructions that have more semantic information, are more learnable than 2-word combinations. So all Pattern Finder does is allows you to see these in tabular form, as you will have already seen from the concordance results. And then I can click on any one of these and it will take me to the concordances for these. It's really that easy. The only other function was that of distribution, which then allows me to see at a glance which topic the word conduct is more frequent in this case, psychology. Clicking on this will allow me to search for conduct within psychology field only. So these are just the psychology texts. Similarly, I can get some information on the distribution across written and spoken registers and the academic and general distribution as well as the specific corpora. So let's go back to the beginning. What I would like you to do in this instance is to search for the term analyze across 2 different discipline groups. You choose which group you want to use. And I want you to look for combinations that contain analyze plus noun. What are the most distinctive collocates in humanities with analyze, and what are the most distinctive collocates with science and analyze? Are there collocates shared across both? And if so, what might that shared core reveal about academic discourse in general? So let's begin with this task, and I'll give you 5 minutes to complete it. Again, go to CorpusMate, search for analyze, select your discipline, press search, look at the collocates. There aren't so much within chemistry. Might be better to choose something else. Maybe biology, education, a little bit small, so not particularly well used there. Mathematics. What are some of the collocates that you find in one discipline and compare those with that from another discipline? I'll give you 5 minutes now to have a play with that. So just task one at this stage. If analyze isn't working for you, like you're not getting enough hits, try a different term, one that we've used today already, maybe conduct or research. Maybe that may give you more hits. 5 minutes then for this, and I'll start that timer now. In corpus mate, I believe the bundles probably do count the punctuation. That is something that is very difficult not to do. So we didn't spend too much time trying to solve that problem, unfortunately. Just while you guys are doing that, I just have to do something very briefly. So I'll just disappear for 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Okay. I just had to move something. So, just reading the chat here. Ahmad says, I'm developing a similar application focusing on cats. It's still very much trial and error. Please provide feedback on the application. Here it is. So, yeah, I'll have a look at that. Guess you're building this in Claude. But yeah, hopefully we'll see how that goes. I'll bookmark it. If there's an email address to send feedback to, then I'll try to do that. Okay. All right. Well, actually, if you email me, that'll be much easier. And my email, of course, it's this one. No worries. Okay, where are we? So we're still on this first task. Oops. Okay, the timer has finished. Let's share our answers. What's the difference in allocations for the word analyze across the disciplinary groups that you investigated? Who'd like to provide an answer? Was anybody able to do this one? Okay, if not, we'll go through it ourselves. Where was I? Okay, here we go. So, quite the corpus mate platform. We'll try different word. We'll try research. You know, that one should have lots of good results. And let's have a look first of all at, well, let's have a look at the distribution function. And we see that it tends to pop up quite a lot in the field of psychology, engineering, science, society, health, and medicine. So let's click psychology, for example, and we'll look at some of the collocates to the right. In this case, we have research has shown that. Research ethics committee. Research is needed to do something. Research in cognitive development. That's a good one. Those appear not particularly frequently, but they are collocates within that discipline. Then if we go back to distribution, and this time go with health and medicine, research has shown that again at the top, but now I've got some others. This research did not receive any grant. Research ethics committee pops up a lot. Research is needed to, which we already had in the other one. Research is required to. So slightly similar in some ways and slightly different in others. This tells us that regardless of discipline, there are frequently occurring collocates that are shared across academic disciplines. To prove this further, what happens then if we limit the findings to academic corpora? So this is all academic subcorpora, and we've got here collocations. Research has shown that. Research is needed to. Research is required to. Research has been carried out. Research has been done. These are frequent in the academic register. If we switch now though to the general corpus, we have some similarities. Research has shown that it's still the most frequent, but now we've had research are performed, research at a university in Tromsø. I'm guessing that probably just comes from 1-2 files though. Research and development, research and education. So there are some similar ones, but there are quite a few differences as well. Let's move on now then to our final tool, which is a new tool that I'm going to demonstrate in public for the very first time. Obviously, the major change since I released the first version of Corpus Mate is AI. And in fact, I released Corpus Mate about a week after the first version of ChatGPT came out. So my celebrations very quickly turned sour, I suppose. That said, now we have Claude Code. People like me without much in the way of programming experience are now much better able to add AI and LLM support into basically any kind of tool you can think of. So what the new version of Corpus Mate does is allow us to use the same corpora and the same functions as you just saw in Corpus Mate, but now we can interpret those results specific to the results that we got from the corpus search. So we start with a corpus first, LLM next approach. Ask first, then query the LLM. The advantage of this over just going to something like ChatGPT is that we're using that corpus data and feed that data to the LLM so that the LLM is only using that corpus data to generate its insights. Where there is insufficient data, the LLM will tell you this and tell you that it's giving you the answer based on its own knowledge base. But most of the time, it will use that corpus data and give you the insights based only on that corpus data. That allows us to trust the LLM's response because the LLM's response is built on that authentic corpus data. So let's take a look at the tool. And by now, it should have loaded for you all. It has all of the same functions as the original Corpus Mate. There's only one difference, which we'll now show you. So here, I'm going to type in conduct because that's been the word of the day so far. I'm going to search for this word across my corpora. I've got my results. Similar to Corpus Mate, it kind of gets those concordances according to that construction. So here, conduct of the seems to be what's happening there. And again, I can change the span to anything that I like. I can select my different subcorpora, as I could with Corpus Mate. I can do it by discipline. I can do it by mode. That's all good. Now, collocations has its own specific function now in Corpus Mate version 2. Let's click that collocations tab and you can see that it is giving me, with a span of 3 plus or minus, minimum frequency of 5, and by default it is sorted by MI2. Okay. Now it's got 5 different measures. We have frequency alone, which is just simple raw co-occurrence count, no statistical weighing. You've got MI, which I already mentioned, rewards rare and distinctive collocates. So in this case, propaidutic, which I've never heard of before, has the highest MI ranking. So that's the one that gets sorted. MI2 squares the frequency. This helps improve the balance of MI, similar to what T-score does, but not the same. But I see this as the best general purpose measure. I think it may still prioritize rare words though, so whether I'm married to MI2 or not, I'm not entirely sure. We then have Mi3, which cubes the frequency, weighting common collocates even more heavily. But again, it doesn't change the list all that much. And then we have the log likelihood statistic, which tests statistical significance of the co-occurrence, favors high-frequency collocates in large corpora. So unlike corpus weight, where I kept things intentionally simple, in this case, I've given users the option to play around a little bit more. So we got 4 different measures. I'm just going to go with frequency for this one. So ranked there by frequency. But what is new now? Here's the big thing. So we've got the large language model support. What I could do is just click this button here. Ask about conduct collocations. So why not? What this does then, it feeds this information here to the large language model. And I've asked it for an interpretation. Let's read it. Collocates with the highest MI scores for conduct reveal a strong association with methodological and experimental contexts. Words like code, codes, research, and interviews suggest conduct frequently appears in discussion of research procedures, data collection, and ethical guidelines. This aligns with academic and scientific registers where conduct often refers to the execution of studies or experiments. Additionally, terms like electricity and disorder indicate domain-specific uses, blah, blah, blah. And then it does tell you here where it's gone outside of the corpus data. Based on general linguistic knowledge, not this corpus, in other contexts, conduct might also relate to behavior or management, but the provided corpus data does not strongly support these senses. So it has told you where it's gone outside of the corpus data, which is great. Now, what is even more interesting is that I can do it for different roles. What I just showed you was researcher. But I can change this to teacher, or graduate student, or language learner. And it will then change the information for that user. Still using this corpus data, but now it's going to tailor the response and simplify it. You can see now that it's written in a much easier way, and it's given examples from the data, together with a key takeaway. Quite different from that of the researcher, which mentioned the MI statistics specifically. The language learner, on the other hand, gets the plain English explanation. Even more than that, we have support for multiple languages. And because I knew that I was doing this talk, I added Indonesian to this. So I've still got my language learner, but now I'm set to Indonesian. I'm going to ask the LLM. And you can tell me if this is any good or not. Hopefully it is. And that's what we get. So I hope you find this new tool useful. Let's have a play with it. What I would like you to do is to run a search for a word of your choice. Then go back, do the collocations function, look at the statistics for that collocation, and then query the large language model about those statistics. Does the large language model's explanation of those statistics match your own intuition about what you've seen? Is there anything that it missed or anything that it got wrong based on your knowledge of that word and its collocations? And do you think that this approach, combining corpora with large language models, is better than corpora alone or large language models alone? I'll give you 5 minutes now to have a play around with the tool. If there's any questions, just throw them into the chat. So this is what we're doing. Run a search for a word of your choice. Check the collocations list. Ask the LLM. And evaluate the LLM's response based on the corpus data and your own knowledge of that collocate. Just as I've done here. Thank you, Feeder. I will say, though, there's pros and cons of getting the LLM to interpret the finding. From a teaching and learning perspective, you really want your learners to be querying the concordance and the collocation results first, and then asking the LLM to interpret for them to see if that interpretation matches what they've seen in the data. What we don't want necessarily are students that just go straight to the LLM and get the information from that, although that's okay, if that's what they want to do. They're still using authentic corpora to get that insight, so it's better than just using ChatGPT, which won't necessarily tell you the honest answer, or will change the answer day to day, as it currently does. But on the other hand, we do want to be careful that we are not making our students too reliant on using the LLM interpretation. So there's definitely a space for this, but I think the teacher has to be very careful about when do they allow their students to use this function. But I think certainly for self-guided study, it's much more beneficial than the previous version of Corpus Mate and other similar corpus tools which require a high degree of technical proficiency. They require a higher degree of analytical proficiency. And for many language learners, they just do not have those abilities or do not have the time to acquire those abilities. Similarly, something that I'm really proud of is the teacher function, which will give usually should give some activities based on the collocation list. See? So we've got here classroom activity idea. Create a matching exercise where students pair sentences with their correct context. For example, academic research ethical guidelines. For example, conduct a survey. conduct heat, conduct interviews. This activity helps students notice how conduct adapts to different fields and wears awareness of its activity. So it's given you, by selecting the teacher role, it's given the teacher a classroom activity that they can use based on the corpus data. Now, this is a really good idea because ordinarily without LLMs or AI, it might take a teacher a very long time to take some corpus output and turn that into a meaningful teaching activity. But with this version of CorpusMate, the time between the teacher taking the data and turning it into an activity is now reduced for a matter of seconds. And then, of course, if they're not happy with the activity, you might say, give me another activity, feed that into the LLM, and presumably it will do so. Well, I haven't actually tested this. So. It might not do it. I've never tested that function, but it should actually work. So the question from Tart, does the LLM offer the option to upload our own Copra? The answer is no. Because I already have kind of space for the corpora that were used in Corpus Mate, I would have to develop another tool that allowed you to upload your own corpora. But Lawrence Anthony's AntConc already allows you to do this, which means really there's little point in me developing a tool that will do the same thing as what AntConc does. So if you want to upload your own corpora and have LLM query it, I would use Lawrence Anthony's AntConc for that purpose. I'm surprised that the give me another activity function doesn't work, but maybe it's everybody's using the tool, so it might be a little bit slow. We'll see if it does do anything later. If not, though, let's finish up today's presentation mindful of the time we've got left. So, 4 different tools to compare. Some of this information is factually incorrect, so I'm actually going to skip that. What corpus tools don't tell you? Okay, so I think this is important. Colloquy lists are useful, but I would be very careful of just giving teachers or students lists of collocates and saying, there they are. Colloquy lists show what's frequent, but they don't necessarily cover meaning very much. You need to combine colloquy lists with concordances so that students have some context around the collocations that they're working with, and that's really important. Similarly, corpus does not equal all of language. So you might get collocations within the BAWE and say, well, these words go together, but in a different corpus, those words might not go together at all. So you do have to be very careful to only make assumptions based on the actual corpora that you're working with. Third, your statistics need interpretation. As I said before, depending on what statistics you use, you will get quite different results. So that's something you need to worry about. Which statistic do I use will depend on your reasons for studying the collocations in the first place. Fourth, as I'm sure you're all aware, the AI commentary in New Corpus Mate is pretty good, but it may miss crucial information. That's why we need to combine the corpus analysis with the LLM and not just go straight to the LLM. Different tools provide different perspectives on collocation. Some give you everything, every tiny little bit of information. Others bury that information for purposes of functionality and usability. Your selection of corpus tool and collocation statistic will depend entirely on the people that you're working with and the purpose of the exercise. And finally, while corpus tools are great at generating evidence to answer questions, you still need to add a human element to that in terms of interpretation of the results and what these mean for whatever kind of study you're trying to do. Your linguistic knowledge must still drive any analysis, and trusting the corpus is not always the best solution. Although they're pretty good. So, I guess in the interest of time, I will take some questions now about the workshop because I'm mindful in the next 5 minutes we're going to have to start the lecture. So I will literally leave 5 minutes for this. So, and I'll start the lecture dead on 3 o'clock my time, which is in 6 minutes. And if anyone has any questions at this point, I'm happy to take them. You can ask in the chat or you can unmute and ask via audio. It's up to you.
Hi, Peter.
Yes, hi.
Sorry, I think I missed that part where you went into Sketch Engine and had it display. Was it Sketch Engine or Scale? Scale.
Oh, was it?
Where it had the frequency, and the MI score, the T score, then you had us to sort it. Was it
Yeah, sorry, that's Sketch
Engine?
Engine. Yeah.
Scale.
I did actually cover this again,
Yeah, just
but what you actually need to
yeah.
do is you get
Mm.
your word. In this case, it's picked up fine. Go to your collocation window, press go, and all you do is you just click your mouse button where it says T-score or MI or log dice, and then it just sorts it like this. Can you see what I'm doing?
Yeah, I can.
That's all you need to do. So you just click the mouse on the column and it sorts it for you.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay. Okay, attendance for. I'll let you guys deal with that. Okay, I may just very quickly disappear for 1 minute. I'll be right back. Okay, back again. Any other questions before we kick off the lecture portion? And am I getting introduced again for the lecture? Do the MCs need to do their introduction again?
Also, after this, we will do a lunch break. So you will come and do the lecture again at 1 p.m. in our time for like an hour starting from
So there's
now.
an hour break.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. It's okay though. Yeah, I'm happy to have that break then, and I'll start again. Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. Thank
In
you
that
very much.
case, let's wrap up this part. We'll get you off to lunch, and I'll see you all again in an hour.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Crosby, for an excellent session on collocation. It's very insightful for us. And a quick reminder for the participant, we have shared the attendance form for Dr. Peter's session in the Zoom chat. So if you have not yet filled it in, please do so now, and we will keep the form open for a few more minutes before closing it. We will now take a lunch break. Please take this time to rest and recharge. We will resume our final session at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Please make sure you are back in the Zoom by 12:30 so we can start on time. See you soon, guys. Thank you.
Time to explore corpus linguistics opens the door. Patterns in language, meaning so deep, unlocking secrets that words may keep. Let's dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side, exploring
create representative corpus for British English, but in speaking as the leader of the movement and transcribe that manually in the software that is called LM, so that the audio can be turned into digital text for further analysis. And then also we rely from text that is produced in relation to the textbook, teaching material for elementary school and junior high school students. There are stories and textbooks in languages luckily already in digital format, so we use this also as part of our contemporary program. And then from this transcription we can then bring that into
Text and data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show. data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show. Time to explore. Corpus linguistics opens the door. Patterns in language, meaning so deep. Unlocking secrets that words may keep. Let's dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side. Exploring language bold and free. A world of meanings for you and me. Text and data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show. Welcome to DipsCorLing. Time to explore. Corpus linguistics opens the door. Patterns in language, meaning so deep. Unlocking secrets that words may keep. Let's dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side. Exploring language bold and free. A world of meanings for you and me. Text and data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show. Welcome to DipsCorLing. Time to explore. Corpus linguistics opens the door. Patterns in language, meaning so deep. Unlocking secrets that words may keep. Let's dive into words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side. Exploring language bold and free. A world of meanings for you and to words, oh what a ride. Corpus tools by our side, exploring language bold and free. A world of meanings for you and me. Text and data in perfect flow. In this summer course, let it show.
Welcome back, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all returning. Thank you for your energy and commitment on this final day. We are now ready for our last and most special session of DipsCorLing 2026. We are now at the final and most prestigious session of DipsCorLing 2026, the Diponegoro Special Lecture. We are honored to have Dr. Peter Crossway to deliver this special lecture as well. Dr. Peter Crossway, we now invite you to deliver this Diponegoro Special Lecture. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. Hope you enjoyed the 2-hour workshop. And now we're ready for the next component, which is the lecture. So I believe this is shared with myself and Pri, and I'm going to kick off the first part. So I guess, is there another introduction for people coming late? Or do I just go straight into it?
No.
No, Peter, you can carry on.
Oh, fantastic. Inbound. Okay, let me share my screen then, and hope you enjoy the lecture for the next hour or so. Now, one of the kind of key aspects of the workshops that I conducted a few hours ago was related not just to research, but for language learning and teaching, which is obviously my main application and use of corpus linguistics. And that's what I think I'm best known for. And obviously, as you already saw with my demonstration of the new Corpus Mate tool, which now has large language models embedded into that, the field of corpus linguistics, and particularly the pedagogical application, which is data-driven learning, is really wrestling with the idea that we need to integrate generative AI into the work that we're doing with corpus linguistics if corpus linguistics is to remain relevant as a pedagogical approach. I mean, there are clear reasons to want to keep corpus linguistics for research perspective. I think that's fairly uncontroversial. But in the AI era, the continued difficulties, I suppose, with implementing corpus linguistics in classroom situations are now, I would consider, exacerbated by the introduction and prevalence of generative AI applications, whether that's here in Australia or in Europe, in Asia, and in the present case here in Indonesia. So the purpose of this lecture is to go over some previous claims that I made in a paper in 2023, which has since become my second highest cited paper, where I outlined kind of the cases for corpus linguistics and the the cases against corpus linguistics, the cases for generative AI, the cases against generative AI, with the view that the eventual marriage of the two would help overcome the respective difficulties of both. In the year 2026, though, it was time to reflect on whether things had changed in that space or not. And that's really what it is that I'm going to be talking about today. So the first part of the lecture revisits the DDL Gen AI synthesis debate, which I did publish on in 2023, and I'll go through those claims and see how many of those claims have changed since I made them. I'll then talk briefly about other researchers' attempts to integrate generative AI within popular corpus tools. This includes Lawrence Anthony's AntConc, Mark Davis' English Corpus Suite, a platform that was developed at the University of Hong Kong with my colleague Lisa Chung, that's Corpus Chat. You've already seen my introduction to Corpus Mate version 2 in the workshop as well. I'll then also comment on a study that's currently under review in Modern Language Journal, which points out issues with AI-generated synthetic corpora as for use of exemplars, and also from a research perspective as well in terms of current state of the art there. Then I'll talk about what I see as the future landscape with regards to current and future trends in Gen AI and the impact that they are already having on a wide range of pedagogical and research aspects. So then we'll think about where it is that we need to go from here. So I start the talk by thinking about all things generative AI, and kind of almost any paper that you will read these days that has generative AI in it will say something along the lines of generative AI has revolutionized the field of XYZ, whatever XYZ might be. So it's revolutionized the field of second language learning, has revolutionized the field of second language writing, has revolutionized the field of corpus linguistics, XYZ. And I think, have we really revolutionized anything at present? Or are we really just applying new tool to questions that have been around for a very long time and things that we've been dealing with for a very long time? And have we actually solved those problems or not? On a more serious level, has generative AI technology been properly theorized and methodologically integrated? And there are numerous attempts at this in the literature. I mean, I even have my own kind of framework that I did for language learning and teaching for teachers in terms of generative AI literacy. There's been so many other similar frameworks. And I mean, in corpus linguistics, though, particularly, has generative AI been properly theorized and methodologically integrated? And I would argue that to date it has not. The study that I will present later will seek to emphasize this. And of course, when we talk about generative AI, what is it that we're actually talking about? Are we still talking about, say, ChatGPT 3.5 and interacting with it through a chatbot? Or has the technology already evolved beyond what it was in the year 2022 to 2023 into the year 2026? These are all things that might be interesting to think about. And we've gone from basically no research at all on generative AI in the Journal of English for academic purposes or Journal of English for specific purposes to present day 2026 with Gangwei Hu in his recent editorial called Gen AI, Gen AI, Gen AI, lamenting the number of repetitive submissions that are received on the topics of generative AI, including surveying perceptions and challenges of Gen AI among every possible demographic, including teachers, students, males, females, novices, experts, and I suspect even the family pet. And I'm using quote there from Gunway, but it mirrors my own experience as the editor-in-chief of the Australian Review of Applied Linguistics and all of the other generative AI-based research that I'm asked to review for several journals on a regular basis. So certainly Gen AI is ever popular, but what has actually changed since 2023 in the data-driven learning and corpus linguistics space? So we think about the past, present, and future of what's happening in corpus linguistics, particularly with reference to my own tools. As I mentioned before, we had the sketch engine for language learning, which I demonstrated in the first part of the workshop today. Taking kind of rather complex tools like sketch engine and perhaps even lumping other tools like, say, Lecturer or maybe even Anconc in this kind of list, where instead developing an online platform with a kind of Google-like interface that helped inspire later tools like MyCusp on a disciplinary level, my own version 1 of Corpus Mate back in 2023. All very positive developments, but then, of course, in 2023, the advent of ChatGPT then induced what I consider, and certainly what I felt at the Teaching and Language Corporate Conference back in 2024, almost like a kind of existential crisis for DDL, which prompted the field as a whole to reevaluate the role of corpus tools in language pedagogy. Do we still need corpus tools in the Gen AI era? So I was invited by the editors of Applied Corpus Linguistics, it's Paul Thompson and Eric Friginal, to do an opinion piece on the effect of generative AI on data-driven learning. And I identified kind of 6 arguments for retaining corpus-based DDL in light of what I saw were major problems of generative AI at the time. This includes transparency of corpus data, in that with corpus data, you can dig down into individual files. You know exactly where they came from. You know exactly who produced them. You can search for the original citation and reference of this data, as you saw with Corpus Mate V1 and V2 earlier this afternoon. And this is obviously then something that is still an issue with generative AI and its black box approach to its training data and lack of knowledge regarding that training data, its underlying algorithm for working with that data in terms of the large language models itself. Similarly, corpus findings are replicable and stable. If I search for conduct and collocates of conduct in the BAWE corpus that we did this afternoon, I will get the same results every single time. Unlike that of generative AI, where I will search and I can repeat the same search 10 times and may be given 10 different responses, which has implications for classroom practice. Certainly the case here in Australia, although I'm unsure of the situation in Indonesian schools, is that corpus tools are considered relatively safe from ethical perspective and in terms of user licenses and costs, and teachers worried about uploading student data to third-party mega corporations that will use this data for their training. Corpus tools do none of these things, and you can query your students' data relatively risk-free. Some of the other things that I will deal with, though, including authenticity, multimodal tools, and hallucinations, are beginning to change. And I've come to the point where some of these original arguments may need to be revisited in the year 2026. But overall, I did say that the main argument for retaining corpus-based DDL was that of active learning, whereby we've all seen it for ourselves, the risk that learners, when they offload all of their cognitive effort onto generative AI, are therefore missing the learning part. Whereas with corpus tools and analyzing corpus data, learners must necessarily be heavily engaged with that process if acquisition is to meaningfully occur. So in 2026, I reconsidered these 6 original claims. I've already mentioned that active learning is still a really strong advantage of working with corpora. But a lot of schools are now quite happy to use generative AI applications, whether that's insistence on products like Microsoft Copilot, as our university and several schools that I know allow the use of generative AI now through those kind of platforms. So it's becoming a little harder to find schools that now don't have a Gen AI policy or that seek to ban it outright. I also believe that DDL is effective, but I think over time, what the past 2 decades of research have finally showed us, I guess, is that for beginner level learners with little technical knowledge, it's still a bit of a challenge to meaningfully implement corpus consultation within existing curricular and assessment paradigms, teach, training, development. So DDL is effective, but it's mostly for intermediate advanced learners who already have technical knowledge. And I think several review studies have pointed to the same kind of conclusions. Some claims, though, that do need changing in terms of corpus availability. I said that, we can check corpora, we can find corpora, we can collect them, but when I put together Corpus Mate, it's still actually quite hard to find open, accessible, disciplinary corpora of the size needed to be able to meaningfully do corpus work, whether that's for teaching or research. Therefore, the current state of the art is to focus more on DIY corpora, small corpora that is highly specific to those learners, collected by those learners, preferably with some kind of effort at metadata tagging and making sure that the learners really gather that data in a principled way. That seems to be much more of a valuable learning experience. The second claim that needs to be rethought is the authenticity of corpus data. Any corpus data that you try to collect post 2023, particularly online data, so data sourced from Twitter, Facebook, other social media, you can no longer guarantee that a proportion of that text even is produced by humans. A great deal of that text will now be at least co-written with AI, if not entirely 100% produced with AI. Similarly, collections of published research that you might use to make academic corpora, for example, are filled with AI-produced text. So this idea that corpus data is suddenly authentic and produced by humans is rapidly becoming outdated. Another thing that is becoming outdated is that the AI is getting better at reducing variability. We can now use RAG, we can use reinforcement learning, fine-tuning approaches, which now, as you saw with Corpus Mate v2 earlier this afternoon, reduce that kind of randomness by design that generative AI creates when you work with it. With newer LLMs, we're also rapidly improving on the hallucination front with agentic AI that will go and check websites and other sources for reliability of the output. And technical barriers to AI are now such that it's fully integrated within a lot of the ordinary applications that we're used to using. This makes it much more functional than having to go to a specialist website where your corpus query tool is found, or downloading a software like Lanksbox, for example, is now a step too far for many. In terms of original arguments for bringing Gen AI into DDL, I already mentioned the lower technical barriers, and I believe this is even more true now than it was before. Scale, I still think that obviously you're working with trillion-word data sets, sorry, not trillion-dollar data sets, although for all we know, that's how much they cost to produce in the first place. And a key one for me working with teachers in schools here in Queensland, Australia, was number 3, their differentiation. And I built that now into CorpusMate v2. What I mean by differentiation is that we have the ability to tailor the output for specific groups. So as you saw in CorpusMate v2, I can now tailor the output for teachers, for researchers, for language learners, and that's something that Corpus tools could never do, whether that's related to the tool or the corpus data itself. The task of the teacher was to work out how to take that output or that tool and tailor it for the specific learners that they were dealing with, but very often that proved very difficult, if not impossible. Similarly, the translation of corpus output into teaching materials is slow, and too slow for most teachers who want to engage with it meaningfully in the generative AI era. Number 2, though, I did say at the time that it was a great way of easily generating disciplinary corpora. I do want to push back on that. And I will do that in the second part of the lecture. One of the key kind of barriers, I think, or technical things with generative AI in the past was the idea of prompting and prompt engineering as being hugely important with people's user experiences of generative AI. And I did a study in 2024 with teachers here in Queensland, and we collected 250 prompts and we analyzed these prompts for their usefulness and their pedagogical implications. But modern LLMs kind of don't really need much now in the way of prompt engineering with these kind of advanced reasoning-based models like DeepSeek or ChatGPT 5+, Claude, for example, Sonnet 4.2. We no longer need to make these carefully engineered mega prompts anymore. Modern LLMs are really good at inferring user intent autonomously, breaking things down without step-by-step guidance, and generating intermediate reasoning steps. And something that we're now playing around with and exploring is taking the human out of it entirely and asking the LLMs to design and redesign their own prompts. And this is something that is a really promising development in the field. So I could ask the LLM and talk to it and say, look, I've got this corpus of data. It's highly specialized. What is the best way of analyzing this corpus? Generate a prompt to do so, and then refine it to get better and better results. So you can see this with work like Andrei Karpathy's work on auto research, for example, where an agent goes off and gets some score, and then another agent evaluates it, and then that agent then goes off and gets some more information, and they're all working together. And the human actually has to do absolutely nothing but sit back and just watch it all happen. So this is really reducing barriers to access and use for generative AI as compared with corporate tools. Well, in response, obviously, the DDL community has developed several rather amazing tools that have sought to integrate large language models with corpus technology. These include Lawrence Anthony's Chat AI. And maybe you can ask him to demonstrate that for the next summer school. EnglishCorpora.org as well. Mark Davies has now integrated LLMs into his suite of corpora. And I really like his quote on his website that exemplifies this, which is corpus first, AI second, insights faster. And that's exactly the approach that I took to CorpusMate v2 in terms of asking the corpus first, getting that data, feeding that into the LLM, and generating the insights. Corpus Chat takes the BAWE corpus together with a few other corpora, uses a RAG-based approach to interaction with the chatbot so that the chatbot is giving you responses based on the data from the corpus and not just its own knowledge base, which means it is easier to verify and check any claims that it is making. So far, so good. This led me, though, to think about an incredibly common area of research in corpus linguistics, which is comparison of AI-produced corpora versus human writing corpora. There's so many studies on this since 2023. It's become a really saturated area of research, and I'm just as much to blame as anyone else. I've produced several similar studies already. The typical research design of these kind of human versus AI corpus studies is where we take the writing task as the start point, and then we generate a prompt, which is meant to mimic the conditions under which the human-produced corpora were produced. So there might be some information about genre, might be information about topic or length. We might then analyze both corpora using established research frameworks like systemic functional linguistics, Hyland's meta-discourse model, rhetorical structure theory, multidimensional analysis, and so on. And then we compare both corpora. And on the basis of these comparisons, we then make claims to say that AI writing is similar to or different from human writing because of X, Y, Z. And leads to claims like my own here on the right-hand side that AI output can approximate surface features of academic register, but does not fully capture the human touch. My own research has sought to find this. So there's always this critique of these AI-produced corpora, and on the basis of these critiques, researchers then make claims to say AI can do this and AI cannot do this. And this is on the basis of feedback from conferences where I presented this kind of research. And it was as simple as a single comment during a conference talk that I did in Taiwan back in October last year, I think it was. And someone said, well, what happens if you just change the prompt? I went, okay, actually, that's a really good point. Why don't we test it out? This led me to realize in doing this that all of these studies that have gone before, even my own study, have treated AI output as a stable corpus to say that this is what AI does for academic writing, for example. So I asked the AI to generate an academic corpus, and then I make claims about AI's ability to produce academic writing on the basis of analyzing that one corpus. But we all know that large language models are highly sensitive to prompt wording, framing, and instructional detail. Moreover, the prompting strategy itself will fundamentally change the nature of the output. So the difference between a single shot contextual prompt with all instructions contained, which is designed to be processed in one go, versus a conversation with the AI that will lead the AI to produce output that may look quite different. What we call an interaction depending artifact. Unlike human writing, where patterns emerge implicitly from the genre or task they were asked to produce, AI text properties can be explicitly shaped or co-constructed through prompting. Therefore, studies that do not document prompt conditions cannot be reliably replicated, leaving many claims in many studies to be a snapshot of that prompt only, but not necessarily an indication of what AI can or actually cannot do. Therefore, I tested this hypothesis in a study that I've done with Kevin Jiang and Xu San in China, where we took a prompt from Jiang and Hyland 2025, and we wanted to look at meta-discourse and academic writing. And we started off with a prompt. We started off with a human corpus, which was the Loch Ness corpus, which is publicly available. It's a corpus of persuasive essays, kind of, in an academic sense. And we analyzed that for interactive and interactional meta discourse. We produced an AI corpus using this prompt here, which is the same prompt that was used in Jiang and Hyland, whereby the rhetorical features that we're looking for are not specified specifically. So we didn't ask in this prompt, we didn't say a single thing about meta discourse. We just said, you're a competent senior high school student writer of English for academic purposes. Write 16 essays on the topic of transport or whatever the topic was, and provide some information about the word length. So it's ecologically valid. It's very similar to what the humans would have been asked to do, but there's no mention of meta-discourse whatsoever. The framing of meta-discourse is implicit for the AI as it is for the humans. We compare the results of the two corpora, and our results are in line with prior research, including my own, Jiang and Hyland's own. In that, there seems to be a wider, more varied use of meta-discourse in human writing. There's higher frequency of meta-discourse in human writing. And as a result, the AI writing could be considered more impersonal and monologic, which is in line with previous research. However, on the basis of this analysis, we then looked at the things that the AI was not producing enough. This includes interactive meta-discourse features like transitions, endophoric markers, code glosses, evidentials. And from the interactional perspective, hedges, self-mentions, and attitude markers. From an engagement perspective, more reader pronouns, directives, questions to the reader, appeals to shared knowledge, and personal asides. So this time, we've put into the prompt everything that was missing from the original AI corpus that the humans were doing, but the AI was not doing. But now they're in the prompt. So we make corpus number 3. And then we analyze that corpus. And what do we find? Well, the results are pretty surprising. Or maybe they're not, depending on your experience. But they're certainly eye-opening. The blue column shows the amount of, the frequency of meta-discourse features in the AI corpus, the first one. The orange one is the human corpus, and the green one is the new one with the specific prompt. So in the beginning, the AI didn't give us very much interactive markers. But when we asked it to give us those markers, it gave us them. And it gave us them way too much. Similarly, when we asked it for more interactional markers, it did so. And when we asked it for more engagement markers, it did so as well. For interactive and engagement markers, it did this completely exceeding frequencies now observed in human student writing. And it really was as simple as that. What are some of the implications of this then for corpus-based AI research? AI texts are not stable corpora. The outputs are heavily interaction dependent and can be framed explicitly through the prompt. Unlike human writing, where the linguistic and rhetorical features are usually implicit in terms of that user's knowledge of genre and register. Similarly, without working on different prompts as variables, it is insufficient to say that I have generated a corpus on AI writing and that therefore reflects all the abilities of AI to do that kind of writing. Without thinking about the prompt, we risk conflating the properties of the model with the conditions of text generation. Therefore, future research needs to very carefully document prompting procedures and examine discourse feature variation across different iterations of those prompts. And bearing in mind these were all single-shot prompts, but we could have used iterative prompts as well in conversation with the AI, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The implications of this are also key for language learning and teaching as well. In terms of the growing use of AI texts as exemplars, particularly exemplars of academic and or disciplinary discourses. This is because, as you've seen with my study, you cannot just generate an academic essay in AI and have that as the exemplar. Rather, your students need to understand that how that exemplar was produced and that changes to the prompt can greatly affect the exemplar that is produced. This is avoiding treating AI as an exemplar, but instead using AI as an object of critical analysis. This also helps learners develop AI literacy and not just taking AI output at face value. We then move on to the future of LLMs in the field of corpus linguistics space. So from 2025 onwards, one of the big things now is that we no longer need to rely on cloud platforms like, commercial platforms like ChatGPT or Claude. We can now quite easily run open source LLMs locally on modest hardware or cloud-based resources like Amazon AWS. So this is a huge step in getting people to work with multiple LLMs for research because they can just open them up on their computer and use them. They've got the choice of getting them from Hugging Face or using software like Olama or something like that, and running LLMs locally on your own hardware if you have good hardware to do it on. Similarly, RAG-based approaches allow you to now upload student text for LLM consultation. Depending on the platform, this can be done without feeding that data into third-party training mechanisms, which mean that the ethical approval process for doing these kinds of research is now much easier. For example, Amazon AWS allows us to upload corpora for analysis, but without feeding that data anywhere outside of Australia. It'll be held on an Australian server, and only we have access to that data. It is not used to train their models. This then addresses the safety concern and the ethical concern that was prevalent in a lot of schools and even universities with regarding sharing of data. So this has moved on quite a lot. For those of you who were scared of perhaps doing research with AI and corpora because AI might steal your data, well, this is kind of becoming a thing of the past if you know what to do. As I already mentioned before, RAG, retrieval augmented generation models, allow users to upload and query corpora with LLMs and allows the LLM to even be fine-tuned using that corpus data to then actually change the model itself. Although we find that this works best the larger, you would have to have a very large corpus for that to be kind of meaningful. So a RAG approach would be better than fine-tuning and certainly a lot more cost-friendly. Similarly, recursive models can also help break corpus data down into smaller components and the context window down, or even increases the possibility of having a very large context window within which you can fit your entire corpus data, although these approaches are as yet largely untested in applied linguistics. I already mentioned synthetic prompting as well. This allows the machine to do the work dynamically on the basis of the actual patterns observed in curated corpora. So, unlike humans developing prompts to try to work out what's in the corpus, instead the AI reads the corpus and builds the prompt on the basis of that data. This is something that, to my knowledge, has not yet been done, and something I would like to test myself, although I just really haven't had time to sit down to do this one yet. But what this can allow is that what we're seeing in other fields is that the AI is now generating new theoretical insights and new theories on the basis of this kind of approach. And it could be that by using corpus data, we can generate new theories about language learning, for example, or use of academic language, for example, what constitutes academic language, using the corpus data as the basis for driving the theory with the assistance of AI. This is a really bold departure and something that I don't think the field of applied linguistics is not ready for this yet, but it's something that hopefully will be coming. It's already happening in other fields like medicine and chemistry, theoretical physics, mathematics. Can it happen in applied linguistics? Another big development, as you will have seen earlier this afternoon, is that of vibe coding. We now, primarily using Claude Code, but other applications like Google AI Studio are now able to build our own research instruments, including corpus tools, with no prior knowledge of coding, Python, C, you name it. I've never done it my entire life. I have no idea what to do. I can read it, but I can't code. That said, I made Corpus Mate v2 with the assistance of Claude Code all by myself. And it works. This means that the sky is the limit for practitioners and researchers in applied linguistics who can now build and prototype sophisticated corpus-based AI tools with no prior knowledge of programming. So what before we had to rely on existing tools like AntConc, EnglishCorpora.org, CorpusMate, Scale, Sketch Engine, and make our curriculum fit those tools. Now we can develop a tool that fits our curriculum. This is the big change. And I've run workshops on this before, and I have a paper under review with research methods and applied linguistics on this as part of a design-based research approach, which hopefully gets accepted soon. But I really feel that this is a democratizing development in the field of corpus linguistics. And I hope that many of you can go on to develop your own corpus tools, as an audience member in the previous workshop seemed to have already done for discourse approaches to corpus linguistics. And I am going to test that tool later and give you some feedback on it. I pointed out CorpusMate BAWE. This is actually a tool that I built where you could upload the BAWE corpus if you had it into the system, and it would work like CorpusMate with some LLM support. But then since then, as you know, I already built CorpusMate.app, which now completely negates the need for CorpusMate to BAWE, because we now have all of the corpora that used to be in CorpusMate. I can now query the corpora for whatever it is that I'm interested in querying, and then I can generate insights from the data using the large language model. So if I wanted to search for a word like research, which I will, I can then set the role for the LLM. And again, this is that differentiation that I was talking about earlier. So maybe that of a teacher or a language learner. I can set the language of investigation. So because we've got an Indonesian audience, maybe I'll pop Indonesian now. A little bit slow tonight. Maybe it's everybody's out there using it. It will eventually give me my results. I'll set this as a language learner. Here's my information. Can do concordancing, collocations, n-grams, you name it. I think those collocation stats that I got earlier this afternoon. And then when I've got those, I'll ask it, the large language model, about these results as from the perspective of a language learner, and to give me the explanation in Indonesian, which, as you can see here, it has done quite easily on the basis of this data. And it probably took maybe 2 weeks to put together in total to the final version, which from a programming and development perspective is really fast compared to how things used to be done in the future. And I did it entirely by myself. So where do we go from here? We're entering a period where corpus-informed language analysis and support is now even more interactive, scalable, and accessible than it was before. By integrating AI into corpus-informed language analysis, the sky really is the limit. We are moving away from traditional concordancing, which has its value still, but augmented with AI. Especially the idea that we can now interact with corpus data using natural language, asking questions. That's what's important. That's what's interesting from a current perspective. If we're to keep doing corpus linguistics and or DDL, we really need to experiment with new forms of interaction between users, corpora, and the systems themselves. But note that we're not proposing to replace corpus linguistics or DDL. We're just seeking to augment it. In doing so, we need to make sure that the new tools that come are still grounded in the empirical strengths that have always defined corpus linguistics, but while still embracing new methodological and pedagogical opportunities that help serve researchers, teachers, and learners. These are the key takeaways from today's talk. DDL is not dead, but it's kind of on life support for a while. I think now with AI, though, it's becoming revived and has potential once more. Corpus tools are integrating AI into what they do already. So that argument of should they, shouldn't they, has already finished. It's over. That ship has sailed. And no-code tools like Corpus Mate v2, vibe-coded no-code tools are just anyone can build them. And it's such an interesting space to be in at the moment. Do, however, treat AI corpora very carefully. They are not stable data sets and they should not be treated as such in your teaching or your research. And the final note that AI should augment rather than replace the rigorous linguistic evidence base that defines corpus linguistics. That's the end of my part of this talk. I'll now hand over to my colleague.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, it's good to have you here. Yeah, so round of applause for Peter. So I hope you can still stay here later. Maybe there are going to be some questions for you. Yeah. Or if they have question after your talk, they can send you emails. Right, so I'm going to take over from here. So I'm going to share my screen. So Peter has talked about the impact of artificial intelligence on corpus linguistic. Yeah, which I think LLM or artificial intelligence disrupts almost all areas of life, including corpus linguistic. But if you go back to, maybe a few years, 20 or 30 years ago, where you have to count things by hand, and there were calculators. Okay, so calculators at first were considered as a threat. So they can make our brain dumb. Some people say that. Yeah, but the key is to use the tool for augmenting functions, as Peter has mentioned earlier. Yeah, not fully replaced, but augmented. Okay, so if we go back, we see that this is not something new. So changes are constant, including AI now. But the thing is that the changes are becoming faster and faster. So what I'm going to share now, if we are going to take some step back, okay, and think about the basics in corpus linguistics. Why? You can build a software now without having to know programming at all. You don't have to know Python, C++, PHP, and so on and so forth. Okay, you can just use Cloud, ChatGPT to build simple applications only in minutes. Let's say you're going to build concordancer. You can do it in, I think using ChatGPT, you can do it like in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And you can have a concordancer where you can upload your files and get concordances. But the difference between a user who knows programming and who do not know programming is that users who know programming will likely more be able to debug or to evaluate the code. Okay, so let's say you don't know how to code, and the system is slow. Then you ask the system how you speed up, and the system is going to give you some answers, based on what the system knows. But a programmer perhaps can identify loopholes that sometimes AI cannot identify. Well, maybe it depends on the model as well. Yeah. Am I able to share my screen now? Let me see. Hang on. Yeah, so the idea is that if you know how to evaluate something, if you know how to evaluate the answers generated by ChatGPT, Gemini, or other agents, then you're going to be able to get a better result. Right. So that's only an opening. So what I'm going to discuss now is 9 misconceptions in corpus linguistics. So we go back to very basic. So number 1, a corpus is a software. Yeah. Why this is wrong? A corpus is a software. Why this is wrong? Is BNC a corpus or a software? You can write one in. Oh, okay. So there are some answers, yeah, from Intan. Corpus. BNC is a corpus. Corpus. Okay. Yeah. What about COCA, Corpus of Contemporary American English? Is that a corpus or a software? Again, it's a corpus. But what about CKP Web or Sketch Engine? Yeah, are they corpus or software? That is correct. Okay, software, tools, system, web-based, you are correct. Yeah. So a corpus is a data, natural language data. So if we go back to the definition, the very definition of a corpus is that corpus is a collection of natural language data. So BNC is a corpus, COCA is a corpus. Yeah. And what else? Yeah, web-based corpus tools. Okay. But CKP Web, Sketch Engine, Langsbox, Wordsmith, they are corpus tools or corpus query systems. So basically they are software, either web-based, or a standalone application. Okay, so this is a common misconception, even though there are several corpus query systems which is specifically dedicated to a corpus. I think in around 1990s and early 2000, there is a BNC website, which I think is still live now in Lancaster. So let me check from here. BNC web. Yeah, so it is still live. Let me see if I can still access BNC web. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, try BNC web. There you go. See. Come on. So it has been some time since I accessed this because this is a quite old website. Oh, there you go. This one. BNC web.lancs.ac.uk. Sign in. There you go. So this is a corpus query system, but it has only a corpus inside, which is BNC web, which is BNC. Okay, so the system is called BNC web and Skippy edition. But BNC, the corpus itself is indexed in so many different corpus query systems, like in Langsbox, CKP Web, in Lancaster, yeah, and also Sketch Engine. So if we open Sketch Engine here, or English Corpora, you'll be able to find BNC there. So this is English Corpora, managed by Mark Davies, already mentioned by Peter earlier. So we have BNC here. There you go, British National Corpus. And Sketch Engine. Okay, you have BNC as well. So if we type here, British National Corpus, yeah, so we have the corpus as well. So BNC is a corpus, yeah, COCA is a corpus, yeah. And CKP Web Sketch Engine Lightsbox. So they are tools that are used to index the corpora. So they are not themselves the corpus. So that is the first common misconception by early corpus linguists usually have. The next one, manual tagging is useless. Yeah. Can anyone tell me why this is a misconception? So let me try to interact with some of the participants. Check if you are here. Bilkis, are you here? Bilkis Tirtayana. No. So let me try with another.
Yes,
Hamdan. Oh, Bilkis. Yeah, Bilkis, you are here. Yeah,
Yes.
Bilkis. Yeah, why do you think manual tagging is useless? Oh, why do you think manual tagging useless is wrong? Sorry, because that is a misconception.
Okay, first of all, I'm a beginner actually in this,
Mhm.
but I think that machine learning or machine itself is still needs human assistance, and it also has some error. So we better check it manually, even if we think that okay, the machine is doing well. But I think re-evaluating the result itself, it doesn't hurt. I mean, you have to check it manually.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that with us, Bilkis. Yeah, human is still the brain of the machine itself, I suppose. Cindy says automatic tagging may have errors. Sometimes we have to check manually. From Indan to manually tag a corpus of 100,000 words for grammatical patterns might take a researcher weeks. Yeah, from Virko, human is the most reliable. Tagger from Hamdan, time consuming. So basically, the same idea is expressed by Intan. Nugraha Ningtyas, probably because of the large size of the corpus itself. As a result, human might think that the tagging activity is not visible. Not all data can be processed by automatic tagging. Yeah, so most of your answers are correct. First, in terms of size. Okay, so even if you are a grammarian, if you are really good at grammar and you are requested to, and you can tag a text very fast, so you can identify or you can label. So this word is noun, this word is verb, this one is verb in past tense, this word is participle verb, and so on and so forth. It might take you some time to label all the words. Yeah, so we are talking about part of speech tagging here, which today I think can be done by part of speech tagger, yeah, in some languages. Yeah. But it's very time consuming if you want to do it itself. So it is quite effective if you want to label or to annotate a text. Yeah. by using an automatic part of speech of tiger. Second one is about the accuracy. The routine accuracy of many part of speech tigers are usually, the good ones are above 90%, but no tiger has claimed, no tiger claimed to have 100% accuracy. So let's have a look at the clause. The clause is one of the already tiger. Let's see. So this one is a web page about clause hosted in Lancaster under UCRL. Okay, so you can see here, clause has consistently achieved 96 to 97% accuracy. So this is not 100%. The precise degree of accuracy varying according to the type of text, judged in terms of major categories. The term has an error rate of 1.5 with 3.3% ambiguities unresolved within the BNC. More detailed analysis of the error rates for the C5 tag set in the BNC can be found within the BNC manual. So let's read this slowly. So this one is easy. 96 to 97% accuracy. Okay. So there is a word, let's say the, and the label is like, let's say, determine or that. Okay. And the system accurately guess that the label for the or a or an or that. Error rate is only 1.5%. Okay. So let's say the word the is labeled as a verb, or the word think is labeled as a noun. So that's clearly a mistake. But what about this? 3.3% ambiguities. What does this mean? So let's see. Let's say Pam Thi Tui Lei. Are you listening, Pam?
Yes.
Yeah, Pam. Hi, Pam. Yeah,
All
Pam,
right.
where are you from?
Actually, I'm from Vietnam, but
Vietnam.
yeah, I'm studying in Taiwan.
Taiwan. Okay. In which
Yeah,
university?
Wenzhou University in
Wenzhou.
Kaohsiung. Yeah, and
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
I have joined Professor Crossway workshops for several times. Yeah,
Yeah, nice. I heard it. Yeah. Okay.
but actually,
Now,
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, actually, I registered for this event last year, but because I have some personal issues, so I didn't join. So this year, I'll try to join again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you, Pam, for sharing that with us. Now back to my question. Yeah, what you understood about ambiguities? This one. So let me go back. Are you seeing my screen, Pam?
Yes.
Can you see my screen? Hang on. Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.3% ambiguities.
This one.
Yeah, this one. So I will make this bigger for you.
All right.
Hang on. Yeah, this one. 3.3% ambiguities.
So could you please repeat the question?
Yeah. What do you know about this ambiguities in tagging? Pam, to what extent you are familiar with corpus linguistics?
Actually, I learned to use another thing, but not this one. So for this one, is the first time I saw the concept ambiguities.
Ambiguities, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So let me tell you, or anyone, can you please help explain what this concept means, ambiguities, in terms of tagging accuracy? You can do it in the chat. Okay, Pam. So if you think of a word like bank, yeah, bank can mean something, but it can mean another thing. So first, it can mean a financial institution, right?
Yeah.
But it has another meaning. What is that?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so it's related to the edge of the river. Yeah, the side of the river. So it has two meanings. Now, we are talking about semantics, but part of speech tagging is about categorizing words based on the part of speech. So the words like play, yeah, is play a noun or a verb?
Excuse me, which one?
Yeah, the word play.
Play?
Play.
Yeah.
Is that
So
a noun or a verb?
yeah, so right now I think I got your point is about like
Yeah.
semantic ambiguity, something like that, right? So
Yes.
like with the word play is really how to say, like ambiguous to define is a verb or is a noun initially.
Yeah.
So
So it
is
can be a verb, it can be a noun, right? So it